Doing, everybody? I hope this sounds good. I got a new microphone. We're living large. We're buying things. Consumerism. We love it. Let's go, boys. Nice. Beautiful boys. How's everybody doing today? Hopefully this sounds a lot better. I got a microphone now, so I know I still look very disheveled, as one Redditor pointed out. But yeah, we'll be good, man. How's it sounding, boys? I'll be right back. Whew. Jimba! Oh, I forgot to tell you, that guy was Iraq for them. It's gonna be good. I'll send it to you when it's out. I'm sure it's gonna ruffle feathers. Jimbo! Where's my Jimbo? Jimbo, where are you? Jimbo! 4 viewers. Why the hell are the viewers go down when I get back to stream? I should just never go on stream again. How we doing? See, I got my mic. It's not working now, but I'm gonna figure it out. It's working on the other apps, just not YouTube. It's so annoying. Sorry about that. I'm back. It's Jimba. He's here. This is the real Jimba?
Oh yes, hold on, let me fix my audio.
No worries. 1 second. Hold up. My stream's lagging a little bit.
Bless.
Where are you coming in from?
Good.
Excellent, excellent. I like the headset.
And still. Okay, let me see if I can rejoin. Let's go.
Jimba, no! Jimba, come back! That is Mr. Beast, by the way. That is who's coming on stream. This is Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Okay. Doing fine. I'm glad we finally got this to work out. Let's see.
What talk about today?
It's a good question. I remember
Jimba, no, your frames are dropping. Jimba, come back to me.
electoral. Like we've
Oh,
talked
sorry, you're
about.
good. You're back. You're do anything. You're
Okay.
Excellent. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, I know before we talked about sort of like electoralism and the AMREV organization you guys run is sort of be like a center-left organization that kind of works through like the U of M structure. I think that'd be an interesting place to start out with.
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to go into more detail about the ARF. It's the American Revival Foundation. So, do you have any questions specifically, or do you want me to just go for it?
Well, big thing I'm interested in is we even we're dealing with Zoran in New York City, and a lot of left-wing organizations lately have been very focused in on will the electoral process work out, and is the Democratic Party or some other group going to come in there, sweep the floor, and make them lose, all that type of stuff. And it's been an interesting thing to me because with the organization that you're a part of, not sure what your role there is. I haven't looked into that. But
the ARF?
Yeah. Big thing is just, we kind of have to consider the institutional hurdles that we have.
For sure. I think, well, for one, I think the media is doing a great job at ruining their own legitimacy. I don't know if you saw. Did you see the NBC interview?
I believe I have. Isn't it the one?
Every other question about anti-Semitism and about globalizing the Intifada, and it's like, dude, he's Muslim. It doesn't mean he's like literally fighting the front lines of like Hamas. He's a Muslim guy. Not all Muslims think the exact same. It's like ridiculous.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, every news interview he goes into, it's the same exact script. And in the age of social media, it's essentially most Americans can see through it, and they can obviously get a sense that, oh, there's a bunch of lobbyist money in there, and it's just another technique or method they're using to screw this guy over. It's also a thing that we had. I suppose the other counter argument is we've had politicians like Zoran before who've ran elections, got pretty far, and they're throwing hurdles their way, and they get kicked out of the election, and or lose an election with lobbyist money. And it's a tough road to go down, and there's lots of evidence before in the past to show that electoralism has immense difficulties and not ending in an abysmal failure, even if the.
Do you think that's going to happen in this race?
I'm not sure. The reason I'm not sure is because I think in the internet age, it's much more difficult to make make a politician or a public figure go down in flames the same way it might have been in the 60s with the Black Panther Party and Malcolm X and other figures, or in like 1848 or even the 80s. So it makes me question if an electoral.
Talking about John Brown, by the way, right?
And I mean, like 1848 and the revolutions in Europe.
Oh, gotcha.
How they got in the office and just got the force swept under them. Oh, I'm not talking too much. Yeah, that's the big thing I'm questioning is with the LA protests and other protests. It's sort of too much public pressure for them to do what they did before, or if we were like a new age of politics is the best way for me to put it.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I guess to sort of rewind, a little bit. Describe your, I guess, personal worldview, like whether ideologically or socially.
Ideologically, socially, that's
Yeah,
I consider myself to be a scientific socialist, and I've uh, been very interested in uh, the what most people would know it as the Marxist-Leninist lens of viewing our social
fair. Um,
the under
I know what you mean.
Deng Xiaoping and the Reformation of China. It's I am not dogmatic, and I see trends and see realities for what they are, how they exist, and with that, I think it's best to say that if you see something changing in front of you, adapt and change. But that's how it should be, how it should go down. Because you have Marxists in the past who uh, saw change and they never refused. They refused to adapt, and that's similar to how the Soviet Union went down and the Gang of Four and other revolutionaries. When I'm for achieving socialism without uh, going down a narrow linear path. So capitalism as it exists and social democratic policies, social democratic reforms are not something I'm completely against or opposed to in a short term. As a short term reality, especially put it. So
Gotcha. Can I define socialism and
if
you
that
tell
makes
me if
any
I'm right or
sense,
wrong?
I'm
Yeah, no, you're good.
trying to
I
word
just
it in
wanted
a
to define
way
it for
that
people because I feel like a lot of Americans
doesn't
don't
take
get what
hours
socialism
to
is. Yeah,
describe because they can't take hours.
I mean for real. I mean that's the whole point of school, right?
Oh, your audio.
Oh, it's not working.
Oh, sorry. I know your audio isn't going through.
We good? 1 second. Jimba, can you hear me?
Uh, almost. Sorry, it's actually my headphones. We
Ruh-roh. Should I talk really loud, like
see if I
almost going
can
deaf?
get them back on.
Can you guys hear me in chat?
Okay, technical difficulties here.
That's all right. It happens. Can you hear me? You know what? I'll just vamp for a little bit.
I can
Yeah.
hear
Well,
you
I'm saying.
now.
Oh, you can? Are we good?
Yeah, it's just getting these headphones back on.
No worries. Are you off your phone now? We're good.
Uh, no, I can.
It won't pick up your feedback. Trust me.
Okay, I got you now.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Back.
Is it good? Headphones dying? Excellent. I just wanted to
Just
define socialism
technical
before we continued because a lot of Americans don't know, I guess, what socialism is. They sort of conflate it with the most authoritarian version of communism, I think. So I wanted to ask you, is socialism, in your view, the idea that there are certain commodities and industries where there is no profit motive because it's regulated by the government?
Uh, what I describe it as is you are right. Describing it to most people, it's a they might have their own perceived views of what it may be. So yeah, it's just, essentially just public owned means of production, and the best way to view this is as you don't embody it with a giant government coming in to take over your workplace or make you live on equal pay, that type of stuff. The way to view it is you have the workplace is owned by the people who work them, and you have like a social space. You can imagine you still have a governmental structure that regulates the workplaces, the work conditions, the how commodities are distributed.
Gotcha.
And yeah, you just have to. The best way to really get to know it is you don't have that profit incentive that dominates it. So it's you embody more of a system that sees where resources need to be allocated, and you get those resources, commodities allocated to where they're most needed. And when you see how our schools, workplaces, and factories run today, there's lots of waste, and waste being produced, and uh, places remain ineffective when they don't need to be ineffective, because there's no incentive to make them function, make them prosper. So the certain narratives of inefficiency and authoritarianism that dominate the view of socialism, they they're pretty fabricated, all things considered. And
Gotcha. I do have a question though about like the realism aspect. So I'm assuming a fully socialist economy would be applying that philosophy to all industries. I guess my question is, obviously, I don't think in America we're anywhere near that being a reality. I think we're closer than ever, maybe, to like socialized medicine and also some of the things Mamdani wants to do in New York. So I guess my question is, can you have a socialist economy, or at least like a social, like a higher socialized version of capitalism in a mixed market economy, that sort of meets the needs of people while still having like luxury industries like sports be capitalist in nature?
well, the way to I think one of the big counter arguments to a social democratic system that it would function in the long run is you do have politicians and people in power who will make concessions temporarily, and that's something you've seen back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s with the Keynesian economic system that existed with the New Deal and Great Society. But you saw over time that there was people in power and money and lobbyists who were able to seep through the cracks and uh, install a new era of Reagan and the Clintonites. So that's the big thing that I think a lot of people fail to take consideration, is that the when the government and society and culture around you is permeated with those type of uh, capitalist institutions, eventually you'll see a return back to what was. With Silron, AOC, and Sanders, I think that's still a very ultimate real possibility if the energy doesn't go into something more.
Okay.
Besides,
I'm just curious how we get there. That's my question. Because when, at the end of the day, I think capitalism doesn't work not just because of the structure, but because of the people in the structure. Like, obviously, I think not every capitalist is created equal. I don't think it's that simple. I think there's a lot of nuance there. I think there's some people who genuinely believe capitalism helps people, like they're, misinformed enough, like raw, unregulated capitalism. Then I think there's some people who cynically use that as a justification for capitalism. And I guess my question to you is, what type of political structure can actually preserve that? Because we've seen socialist countries rise and fall, some work, some not work so well. And how do you, regardless of whether you think socialism is a good economic philosophy, how would there be a political structure that's actually sustainable to maintain that economy?
that's a good question. In when it comes to achieving a quote unquote stable system and uh, newly founded socioeconomic way of going about things, we've seen capitalist countries back all the way to the 1600s with the rise of mercantilism and the newfound system. It took much
East India
trial and error.
Company. Dutch East India
Yeah,
Company, British East India Company. Honestly, I really enjoyed studying that history for as depraved as some things happened. I just found it interesting that we saw
yeah,
like the bubblings of modern economics there.
yeah. That's what I'm going into is that it takes so long for systems to shape and reform themselves and revolutions to occur that when it comes to the previous socialist countries that existed, like Soviet Union, East Germany, and Chile, and uh, even you have the Spanish Revolution that took place. They are you, you learn from the falls and success, failures and wins of those countries, and you see. Uh, I think the best example today is with China, and they saw what's happening in the Soviet Union in the 80s and eventual fall in the 90s, and they really
But you see the
learn from
problem here
those.
because there's a trade-off. I think people conflate socialism and just centralizing power. I think people conflate that because obviously I think to institute a new type of economy, you have to centralize power. But at the same time, you have the USSR and China, and obviously for the trade-off of having more efficient government structures, you give up your civil liberties. And I'm just wondering, is it possible to have a socialized economy and have I guess, a socialized economy in a democratic state that you do not have to give up your civil liberties for? Because I have not seen a good example of that ever, but I could be wrong. Maybe you know more than me.
I, I can't deny the fact that there are. When you look at the United States and the civil liberties that we, well, at least have now, and the ones in China or Vietnam, Cuba, and other experiments in the past, they've definitely been more suppressive. But you see like certain rights with women and uh, racial uh, racial equality. So those things be much better. But it is true that in institutions such as those in the United States and potentially Western Europe, they are much more open to it. I think they're open to it because they they have been able to give concessions due to the amount of power they wield and the living conditions and the welfare that they had in place before, and going into this day, that grants them the ability to not have to worry about their government or society toppling, you know, overnight per se, or in the near future. Whereas countries such as China, the Soviet Union, East Germany, even Vietnam, Cuba are in a constant threat and angst over that possibility. And I think if there wasn't such a constant fear or instability that existed, there would be the ability to grant those those liberties a lot more.
I don't know about that though, because we have fears, obviously, based on straight up demagoguery in our capitalist system, where we sort of attribute the failures of capitalism. And I'm not saying capitalism, I guess, in my opinion on capitalism, is that it's not good or bad. I think it's just the motives of people who centralize power make it have negative externalities. I look at these systems not as good or bad. I look at them as a measure of efficiency in distributing resources. And I think the problem with capitalism is not capitalism itself. I think the problem is when you input the theoretical framework of capitalism to reality, you have a lot of people centralizing resources to the point where life or death is a market equation rather than a moral one. And I guess my question is, in these examples, like you mentioned fear and about like, obviously all of the anti-China, anti-Russia propaganda, which people fall into that trap, myself included, especially when I was a kid. I guess I don't see this as have a fully, I guess, fascist, anarcho-capitalist corporate state. You have to have a high level of authoritarianism to maintain that. And on the other extreme, a perfect communist utopia. Although I guess technically needs and wants wise, it could be theoretically better. I still feel like the authoritarianism required to maintain that type of state sort of in the social aspects, not the economic one, is no real difference to capitalism, in my opinion. Am I wrong? Am I shooting blanks here? I'm just wondering.
I think the thing that's kind of being missed is the fact that when capitalism is under threat to a significant enough level, they do institute repressive measures. As seems like the fascist those fascist elements who see that Germany, under fear of a socialist revolution, started funding out their Nazi groups, and same goes for Italy, Spain, and you see MAGA rising at the same time that things start to go downhill in the United States, and there's fear of certain social democratic reforms. So MAGA starts to intensify and institute measures of repression, like the AFD in Germany and the Reform Party in the UK are sort of consequences of that. And I don't think any institution or government is immune to uh, instituting what some would call totalitarian or authoritarian measures when they feel themselves under threat. And I said it's not an individual thing. It definitely is a more just a socioeconomic phenomenon that happens with human beings. So, being said, it's when you look at the past 80, 90 years, I think there is a certain narrative you can develop pretty easily about capitalism having aspects of freedom or communism, excess of authoritarianism. But yeah, when you see South Korea, Japan, Singapore, other capitalist countries, you can see more of like an authoritarian side that's outside that Western niche liberalism that we may come to affiliate it with. So I think it's more just a dynamic, more complex image that kind of gets left in the background, especially for us in the Western European and North American side of things.
I have an interesting idea that nobody talks about. And also, by the way, I want you to talk to my friend Josh in the future because he's the one who uplifts this idea. I've had him on the broadcast before. He's a syndicalist. Are you familiar with the idea?
Not very much.
Okay, so syndicalism is the idea that in a mixed market economy, which is his ideal form of economic, like a higher socialized mixed market economy that ultimately has capitalist tenets. But the difference is he's a syndicalist in that he wants the political structure of the country to be run by unions. And that's what syndicalism is, where you have organized labor in some of the biggest unions with, obviously they have sub-unions and chapters below that, and they run the country. What do you think of that idea? Do you think that's like a healthy form of mixed market economy?
I've heard of some more proposals before. I think it's a very similar route that Yugoslavia took with their cooperatives that they had functioning in their workplaces. It's difficult for me to see this sort of thing working, and I can't comment too much because I'm not too familiar with the inner workings of labor unions, especially in the U.S. as they exist today. I think they fall down a pretty similar path that at least that we've seen with unions before, and that you're able to have management figures and people within, say, existing corporations seek their way through and weaken the unions slowly over time. As a governmental body, I'm not completely certain with how it'll work out. So I've been very critical of things like Peter Kropotkin, who had that anarcho-communist thing going on, and
it's kind of cute when I see anarcho-communists. I think it's adorable.
Yes.
Like, it's like, okay, man, good for you, man. You keep doing it, like, because what am I supposed to say to him? Having,
that's
anarcho-communism is bad, like, I don't know how to persuade someone like that.
That's kind of what I meant. Is that I think it's cynicalism, what I have heard before, and what Yugoslavia model. I think there isn't a say a well platform method of getting to that point, and also just the how labor unions exist and function. I think they're much better used as a tool than again a tool alongside many other tools instead of the uh, the weapon and main force of running a state government body. They are very susceptible to corruption and to failing on their goals. And I'm kind of just
Gotcha.
repeating what I'm saying now.
Yeah, no worries.
If you have
I guess I
anything
got
to expand on.
no, I was just going to say, like, I guess I see socialism as an economic philosophy in the same way how we don't call our government capitalist, even though it is. Like, our government is social democracy, representative republic, whatever you want to say. Like, that's the political structure. And I just don't know, like, how maintaining a socialist economy, a fully socialist economy, is realistic with the current government structure we have, especially being so capitalist. Like, how do
Yeah,
you square that? I guess.
that's what I meant for is with social democratic reform,
Okay.
running a system that is designed to keep big business thriving and keep out big reforms and socialist democracy running. I mean, you essentially need to jump into the governmental body, the state, and rewrite the entire uh, constitution, Bill of Rights, all that stuff that we consider Senate, House representatives, all that stuff, and completely change it in a dramatic way that under a social democratic lens is very difficult to do. And isn't Chile? Chile was the big one that had a Marxist get into Allende into uh, power democratically through a representative democracy in a capitalist country. He was able to achieve massive reforms and uh, get to a very powerful position, but the military, obviously backed by some U.S. money, was able to completely get him out of power and uh, put under a military, let's say, military dictatorship. The military completely running the government there. And that's I fear a similar thing with the United States, and that if somebody were such as like Mamdani or AOC or Sanders to get in there, and that you may not see a governmental overthrow by a military, but you might see big institutional hurdles, legislation being blocked, and with the main objective of vilifying the socialist party or socialist figure in
I think there's a
charge.
way to do it. There's a couple of ways. I think
Yeah,
one thing nobody's ever considered is the Constitutional Convention, where you get the states to agree to host one, and you can pass as many new amendments as you want. Like you could guarantee healthcare at a federal level, because obviously individual amendments in Congress aren't going to happen, especially with the flaccid Democratic leadership. But if you got states on board to do healthcare, and clearly a lot of Republicans even want socialized healthcare, you could get them to do a constitutional convention. What do you think about that?
it's not something I've said before. I do see still many hurdles that may be thrown in their way. Big things being, uh, they've. I'm sure you heard of like the parliamentarian in the Senate that they use to uh, kind of make an excuse
It's
to,
adorable. I love the
yeah,
parliamentarian. It's so cute.
that type of stuff. I'm not sure what method they may use to throw around this time, but something similar to the parliamentarian uh, to try to block progress. They could call the Constitutional Assembly undemocratic, unconstitutional. That's very common, a thing to do to block change. There's multiple routes I can see them going down. As said, as I said before, with the electoral politics nowadays, you can obviously go on social media, AOC, whoever, you know, squad figures, and get some energetic momentum going in the streets to put pressure on politicians. Once you reach that kind of point, though, it is going above and beyond the typical reform that you would see. Uh, the big fear typically is just the fact that we haven't seen those social democratic politicians and reformers do that type of energy for healthcare, education, um, workplace democracy, labor unions before. Put that type of energy and effort in there. If they actually do call a constitution, if somebody there was going to say constitutional reform and put that kind of pressure on there, in there, that'd be unprecedented for a social democrat, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I view it in sort of a funny way. I think 2016, you saw like the most populist Republican, like, like what is it, opening Pandora's box, and I think you saw a similar thing in 2018, where you know how they say that they feed the Republicans red meat, right? I think I think you saw the same thing in 2018, where you had Democrats posturing as if they supported Medicare for all, even though they didn't, and then you sort of fed that blue meat to your base essentially, and more and more people started supporting it. So when they wanted to actually be in power and not do Medicare for all, now you see this sort of, I guess, this appetite for Medicare for all, in the same way where you see more demagoguery in the right wing form of populism. I think honestly, the only way to do this is populism, in my opinion, because you can't really be the populist if you're not a populist. I don't think it works that way. I very rarely ever see that happen.
That's a good point. Is you see people in the the GOP, they say I speak for uh, this group of people, and unfortunately, you typically say it like they speak for underserved white men in their community.
No, you're
And
not wrong. You're not wrong.
yeah, that's exactly what they go down, and you see them score the 65% of like the white guys in the election, and Democrats who don't really have a people they speak for or community they speak for. They sometimes go for like the DEI measures and that type of stuff. And obviously, the last election, they weren't scoring the numbers in the Latino communities and black neighborhoods that they should have. And I think that is large part due to the fact that their policy comes down to keeping the status quo and not doing fundamental change, while the Republican Party, despite not doing anything in office, they have the messaging and rhetoric of the populist.
I would slightly
Uh,
disagree there in that they are doing something. It's just pushing it further right rather than the status quo. I think the
yeah,
Democrats maintain the status quo, whereas the Republicans shift the status quo even further right than it already is.
yeah, it's truth to that. You definitely do see Donald Trump and other figures in their uh, use the anti-war rhetoric and use the I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicaid rhetoric, while they do the complete opposite in office. So I think if you're in the right wing ecosystem, you may not know what they're actually doing policy wise.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I think it's they're going to get cannibalized by their base. I think you saw that with some of the new people who have in the new right, so to speak, like the Tucker Carlsons, the Tulsi Gabbard, whatever, MTG, where they are becoming captured by their base, and because they message so much anti-war rhetoric, now you're legitimately seeing actual far right people being actually anti-war, or at least posturing that way. I think the Democratic Party, especially if they oppose Mamdani and guys like AOC, or girls, I guess, people like AOC, and Bernie, I think you're going to see an inflection point within the Democratic Party. And then I think 2028 is like the real inflection point where you have who's succeeding Donald Trump and what is the Democratic Party going to be? Are they going to be Gavin Newsom, neoliberal Californian? Or are they going to be AOC running for president? What do you think about the 2028 election, I guess?
I think it really depends on where the 2026 where 2026 goes. And what I mean by this is really with Zoran going in as mayor, and you see, even though I'm going into Detroit, the Detroit DSA has been on a significant rise lately, and I have not seen that kind of momentum in past cycles, and especially in a non-election year where in a non-election year in most of the country, you see this kind of political energy taking off. Because most Americans typically go and vote every 2 years and they kind of forget about it afterwards. And it's a very interesting phenomena to be seeing where Americans are more politically active than I've ever seen them in my life. And I think if the 2026 election shows a significant rise in politicians promoting progressive messaging and kicking out neoliberals in the election primaries, that would be that would really help boost the 2028 chances of getting a real politician for a change that has a social democratic or even potentially socialist messaging platform. With that said, though, I still see significant likelihood that you might see a Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer or somebody else along those lines just hop in the primary and be outfund the other candidate. It's difficult to say, and I really don't want to buy bets too early and just stay
I'm
7
a gambling
months.
man. I'm a gambling man. So honestly, low key. So I guess I got another question for you. Are you a Michigan lifer? Like you live in Michigan your whole life?
Yes, I
Me
am.
too. So I'm guessing my second question to that is, what do you think about Whitmer's tenure, the governor of Michigan currently?
Well, I back in 2018, it's funny to say, I was 13 at the time, and I used to ride my bike around communities to help get Abdullah Saeed.
Classic.
And at the age of 13, but when she got in there, I was sorely disappointed. And
Same. I voted third party in her last election. I did not vote for her or the Tudor Dixon.
Yeah, I think I might have voted for her in the last election just because I was that stressed about.
I didn't think Tudor had a shot. I was looking at the polls for months, and like the latest, crappy Rasmussen polls, which are never accurate anymore. Like literally the average of like the real polling, 538 did a really good job. It was like 8 to 9% of all the polls, and I'm like, the polls were tremendously accurate in 2020, at least compared to the other ones. If you actually look at the accurate polls, because everyone always makes like big numbers about 16 plus 16 Biden. Like if you looked at the actual polls from reputable pollsters, like 2020 wasn't as bad as people think it was, and 2022 was like deadly accurate. And I was not worried about her losing, even though I wasn't excited. I'm like, you know what? F it. I'm not voting for her. I'm done with the neoliberals. I'm not going to enable people who basically, I would argue, led to Trump in the first place.
Yeah. I think I think she's done some modest reforms, but out of the things she can do as governor, I think she's done close to the bare minimum that you really need to do, even if it was more than say what center right Democrat may do in Kentucky or somewhere. I think
Andy Bashir.
Yeah, those type of guys.
Excellent.
But yeah, he was able to do what the Andy Bashir guy. He was able to do what he does because he actually has done more more than other Democrats, and he runs on a more populist messaging platform, which I remember last election there was some guy in the West, some Western state who ran a pretty pro-union campaign in a red state, was able to score a pretty major victory. I'm blanking on his name though.
Are you talking about for Senate or governor?
I think representative. He's just House representative guy.
I thought you were talking about the Nebraska pro-union guy who ran third party and literally was so close to winning.
I might be thinking of that.
It was amazing. I think it was like a 2-point loss as an independent, which is crazy. And the Democratic Party there was actually smart enough to not run a candidate to try and help, although he ultimately lost.
That might be what I was thinking about.
It shows that it's viable. I think, honestly, they should have adopted him much earlier and endorsed and raised money for him. I think they did the bare minimum by stepping out of the way, but they could have done more and he could have won.
Yeah, that's another big thing about the Democratic Party is just do nothing to actually help. They just sit on the sidelines and don't say anything or say nasty comments about the person running. It's just
Kathy Hochul?
Yeah, Kathy Hochul. Gillibrand too.
She's not even Jewish, right? Like she just kind of went at the hip.
Don't. Yeah, I don't think she is. I think she just really felt like attacking.
Like it's those comments, by the way, if you're not aware and you're tuning in, Kirsten Gillibrand, I believe she's a senator. Is she from New York or no? She's somewhere in the Northeast.
She's a New York senator.
Okay, she's a New York senator. She went on this podcast, radio, whatever. Basically, someone asked her like the most insane question about like Israel and like how all of these for-profit organizations that literally sponsor settlement against international law are real charities, and Mamdani is like a jihadist, which is like literally a slur for Muslims. And instead of saying, okay, that question was insane, where I'm not even going to answer that, she started actually giving a real answer about how Mamdani is dangerous for Jewish people and that she's very scared for the Jewish community, rather than saying, hey, that's an insane question. Can we deal in reality here? If you don't know, if you want to look that up, Kirsten Gillibrand, Zoran Mamdani, she's one of the biggest recipients of AIPAC money, which is AIPAC, Americans for Israel Political Action Money. And even though she's not, I guess, religiously invested or I guess ideologically invested, she certainly is invested financially in the what's going on there. So just wanted to get
that's 100% it, and it's disappointing that our media institutions don't do active fact checking on. In the 21st century, you have to have, especially in the age of social media, as a mainstream media outlet with millions of dollars being pummeled your way, do active fact checking when interviewing somebody, and have people on the sidelines who can actually access information right on the spot. And I think that's a big reason why you see such garbage candidates walking out of debate rooms and interviews with such high numbers who shouldn't have those high numbers, because they're just able to shoot garbage and not fact check information.
I think it's a blessing in disguise, though, because I think it's almost like an oligopoly of these traditional media organizations. They are fumbling the bag so hard that they are leading to the rise of new media, like online live shows. And obviously some people online are insane and say insane things, but even those guys who say insane things, believe insane things, conspiracies, the Joe Roganites, or even more people who are further right, at the end of the day, their belief is not based off of necessarily like a financial incentive. It's just because they got radicalized by seeing media. And I suppose having less or no financial incentive to actually push a narrative as a journalist, or even just a podcast bro talking into his phone, like I see that as a positive. Do you think that's a blessing in disguise, or do you think this is like an issue that's going to get existential?
It's it's difficult to say because it kind of flips back and forth. Yeah, if that makes sense, where you see awful media figures skyrocket in popularity, and then say 6 or 7 months down the road, they completely just flop and fumble. I think that's a big thing that happens with like Joe Rogan. And you have the manosphere types, the Andrew Tates of the world who get popularity and then they immediately just crash and burn because people quickly realize that they are scam artists and con artists, and that's still a scary thing where you can have such people obtain such levels of fame and popularity. But it does show a good trend that people in the public population is able to identify misinformation and uh, hate speech, even if it takes uh, months or weeks or years to do. Uh, it's I'm still nervous about it though, because it is still terrifying that you're able to see the Daily Wire and other organizations maintain popularity for as long as they do.
I mean,
I'm not
that's
sure
true.
about you. Yeah.
About who?
Oh, I was about to say, I'm not sure what you think on that, because it is.
I've met some guys from the Daily Wire before, because the Michigan Review is an interesting publication. It was sort of founded as a backlash to the more liberal Michigan Daily, I guess, but it's sort of morphed over the years into a more libertarian outlet. But even then, my philosophy is when I'm running the review, at least being third in command here, is that we personally, as our publication, let people speak for themselves and let ideas speak for themselves. And if someone has a truly horrendous idea, as long as it doesn't break university policy, we'll publish it. And people are allowed to write their own response to it to explain just how stupid and short-sighted it is. And I think in a weird, I guess, dystopian Wild West way, like it's sort of preferable to this traditional media ecosystem. I can tell you firsthand that there are members of the Michigan Daily who have tried to exclude me from debates because they don't want me there. They say that I'm biased, but really they don't want us getting attention and taking clicks away from there. And I see them as no different from the New York Times and these traditional media outlets, where I literally had somebody campaign against me privately to try and get me not to moderate a debate. And that kind of stuff, it happens all the time in traditional media. Like these are student journalists. Imagine how it is at the top. And for me personally, I see guys like the Daily Wire as being very artificial in terms of being astroturfed, right, by billionaires. And I think I have met some guys from the Daily Wire, and everyone I met has been nice to me personally. But obviously, the function of the Daily Wire is, it's to basically be a more palatable mouthpiece for billionaires, right? And I think there is, if you look at their viewership recently, especially after they let people like Brent Scher and other people go, who were, I guess, the more popular members, I think they're trying to control the narrative too hard, and it's blowing up in their faces. I guess in theory, I would think that an outlet like the Daily Wire, if it was transparent in its goals, would be, I guess, it would still probably be harmful, but at least it would be honest. And I think that they have strayed so far into pushing forward a specific narrative that it's become untenable for them. And I don't know if that's like a forever thing or if that's just human nature to spotlight. So I don't know. I guess I see the Daily Wire as a problem, but then again, there are some people who work for the Daily Wire that I actually think do good journalism. It's just they're never the personalities. It's always the actual people on the ground.
That might be a good representation of it, because what they've done lately is they've tried kicking out people who were critical of the Israel Palestine stuff, and you see the Israel Palestine stuff has increasingly become a big divide for the GOP and MAGA as a whole, where they can't decide on their isolationism or interventionism. And you see people such as Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz going back and forth, biting at each other.
Isolation interventionism, iservationism. That's what they should call it.
I think that's what Ted Cruz calls it, was isolationist interventionism, which that is an awful, awful way of going about trying to get the GOP voters on his side, and it's really come to hurt them in a big way, that they they just aren't able to put the pieces together anymore. And you see Stephen Crowder spilling off from Daily Wire people, and you see that one woman who worked there who was hostile to Palestine got kicked out of the Daily Wire by Ben Shapiro.
Oh,
And
Candace Owens?
Candace Owens, that's her name.
I think she was using that as a shield for like genuine anti-Semitism, but like still, that she was kicked out because she said pro-Palestine. I don't think Ben Shapiro cares about like real anti-Semitism. I think he cares more about being pro-Israel than that. But that's my personal opinion.
I think that's I really think it's the GOP is a large level. Like, they don't really care about actual anti-Semitism. They're just more so using it as a shield for American foreign policy interests. That
many Democrats too, for the record.
Yeah, many Democrats as well. They just use this as a shield for their foreign policy goals. And you see the Daily Wire, Stephen Crowder, and others really boost their viewership. And you see people such as Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens who have real anti-Semitism, as you said, especially Nick Fuentes. But
I got a good question for you about that.
Yeah.
What if I had someone on like Nick Fuentes on the broadcast? Do you think just him being here is a problem?
If I'm a very similar opinion to, I'm sure you probably heard like the Kyle Kowinski and his kind of views. Or like Kyle Kowinski in his interviews has always had a philosophy of interviewing people like that if you actually challenge them on their beliefs and principles. If you do that, it's fine to have them on, but obviously if you're having them on just to be a yes man to their politics, that's where
Jimba, I agree. I agree with everything you said, Jimba. No, I'm kidding. no, but like, I agree. I 100% agree with you. I think, especially people who are hateful, even if they're smart, like, or present as smart, pretend to be smart, right? I think having them on and systematically exposing them every time they make a little misstep or lie by omission, I think there's value in that. And I think just ignoring something that already has enough prominence is more detrimental than interviewing them, as long as you're capable of having that conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, Don. Yeah, I'll not deny it. I think some people are just incapable of doing that job.
Like,
so if that's the case, you just have to admit that like maybe I shouldn't interview these people because I don't have the sources with me to counteract their arguments or anything, and I'm not well acquainted on this subject, so I should probably steer clear of it. So when people go out there and actually bring awful figures on, the Andrew Tate, Richard Spencers, and Nick Fuentes of the world, and you're able to just rapidly rebuke everything that they say. That helps. But, you can always get them on because they may think they're able to outsmart you and use their rhetoric against you. So it's just something you have to be prepared for, because people in the audience, especially like even the Michigan Review or Michigan Daily or whatever news outlet it may be, you bring on those type of people and you're not ready to defeat them, you can
I don't think the Daily even does that at all. I think the Daily, especially in not just excluding certain people from their platform, but straight up excluding other journalists. Like, only the lower level staffers who are really, really hardworking and kind will work with us. And then the higher levels who want to control the narrative refuse to work with us as of now. And I think, honestly, it's, for one, it's shooting yourself in the foot. And for two, it's also not ethical journalism. Like, nobody has a right to your time, right? I get that. But there's a difference between that and campaigning against someone to exclude them from a public forum from asking questions, especially when I literally have been studying CSG. I've been in CSG for months and years. And I think for the Daily, especially, their audience, obviously, campus generally is their audience. And campus generally leans various shades of center to far left. Somewhere in that is the average, I think. And I think for us at the Review, we have Democrats on staff. We have guys like me who I am a firm believer in George Washington's warning about political parties. We have straight up pro-Israel people on our thing. And by the way, we have an op-ed coming out from a former American veteran who is very pro-Palestine that I'm editing right now. And I think letting ideas speak for themselves, and then if there's somebody who's trying to manipulate your platform, using your voice on your own platform to hold them accountable, I think there's value in that. And I just have rarely ever seen the Daily do anything like that. All they usually do is either take very milquetoast stances or publish the most neoliberal Democrat opinion you've already heard before. So I'm wondering, what was your thoughts generally on Michigan Daily? Do you follow them?
I don't really pay much attention to what goes on there. I know I had a publication op-ed on me done by them from one
Really?
of their.
I didn't see that.
Yeah,
What was it about?
well, I believe it was. I believe it was the Michigan Daily. Back when I was originally having some popularity back on Snapchat, one of them reached out to talk to me. They were okay, and my big thing is I don't really care if a outlet does propaganda and is a just does their own political sphere. But when you try to pretend that you're a journalistic outlet and your big thing is just doing milk toast DNC politics, it it's a detrimental impact because a lot of those people, it's even at CNN or MSNBC, they try to pretend to be a non-biased, objective news outlet,
I hate
but
that so much.
they're clearly not a objective, non-biased media outlet. And
Yeah.
one thing you said about independent journalism, I think there's a somewhat of a virtue of being that way because you can be somebody who's clear about your biases and do political commentary and political journalism while being honest about not being an all-knowing deity of objective reality that certain mainstream media outlets pretend to do. And it seems like for the Michigan Review, you guys are when somebody creates a response, they have to be pretty
Sorry.
upfront.
I was
Good.
flexing in the camera. Don't worry about it. I have no muscles. Continue.
Yeah, you have to be more clear and upfront about the biases and viewpoints that you're coming in there with. So
Are you saying we should be more clear, or are you saying journalists in general?
Yeah, I say journalists in general. I think that's a thing like complimenting the Michigan Review for the certain framework that you go into it with, actually being able to have more of I don't want to use the word objective, but more honest discussion about the political biases and that you're walking in there with, and having to sort of be honest that you're not completely objective about the situation. When it's difficult for me to handle and take someone seriously from CNN or MSNBC or especially Fox News or Fox
Jim, I
News
have
is the
another
most.
question. Do you condemn Hamas? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Because that's what they would do. They would ask you 10 million times about how do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Hamas? Right? And it's just so exhausting.
Yeah. Some of them call it the Israel. Like if you know, like I think CNN, they call it the Israel-Hamas conflict. When call it the Israel-Palestine conflict, and that's just really annoying to deal with and read because it's so obvious that they're pretending to be objective about the situation that they obviously are just doing blatant propaganda for. And same goes for when they're talking about politicians such as Zoran or even more moderate figures such as the liberal Gavin Newsom, and they
Newscum.
talk
Don't forget it. Newscum.
Newscum. Got it.
Well, that's Trump's nickname for him. Yeah, honestly, if I was Mamdani and I was AOC and I was guys like that, I would be adopting more criticism of the media because that was how Trump rose at the beginning. He would just crap on everybody. And for, say what you want about Donald Trump, I think we all know what he is at this point, right? But that rise is not necessarily a conservative thing. I would, if I was a democratic socialist or I was somebody like AOC, I would constantly crap on the media because I don't think you even really need traditional media that much to get attention. Like AOC, Bernie, Zoran can go on Joe Rogan. They can go on their own platforms and do it. And I think they should hold the media accountable. And I think Zoran is playing it safe. But do you think like a more hostile, more objectively true approach would be more beneficial than what Zoran's currently doing? I guess that's my question.
It's difficult for me to say because when you say that about Donald Trump did go on media platforms, uh, and was pretty frequent about it back in 2016. But he would really go in at them whenever they gave criticism of him or his policies, and he called it like the fake news media or things like that. It's I think Zoran does a pretty good job at showing showing billionaires' faces, showing the face of the media. And plus, a lot of his clips have been going around where, as an Arab Muslim guy, it's difficult for him to be in a position to uh, be very clear and blunt about it. But he can go about it in a very indirect way where he can do the interviews, thrive at defeating their talking points live on air, and then viewers themselves are able to like his Instagram and his Twitter and his other social platforms. He takes clips from those interviews and shows them for what they are, uh, while not doing it in a very direct way. I think it might be smart on his end because Americans having racism and bigotries, uh, it may be difficult for him to take it from him directly as an Arab Muslim guy, but maybe through social media and staffing team, they can go in at the media a bit more.
I would agree with you in terms of this race, but I would disagree with you in terms of a nationwide election. And here's why. I agree with you. New York politics obviously is a sort of a large subset, but I would say it's more polished than some other states where you have the Cuomo machine that you're trying to distance yourself from and essentially defeat it. Where very much, let's be honest, Kathy Hochul is a Cuomo descendant, right? She was his lieutenant governor and replaced him, and she only distanced herself to make it electable for her rather than genuinely distancing herself from his policies. And I would say that what he's doing works for New York, especially considering the Jewish makeup of New York City, in addition to just the, I guess, high class society of the upper echelon of New Yorkers. But what I would say to this, in my personal view, for a general election, I think Donald Trump gives you a great example as to why that sort of rhetoric, being anti-media, anti-establishment rhetoric, works because you saw it firsthand that he was picking up more Latin votes, more Black votes, more more votes of all these minority groups in general as a white billionaire because he was saying things about the media, even though it comes from a narcissistic perspective, right? Obviously, very self-serving perspective, but the media being dishonest was true. And when he was explaining that to people, I think everybody, regardless of your race, could agree with it. And I think that if Zoran eventually ran for something, even like a statewide position in New York, I think that could work. Obviously, I don't think he can run for president because he wasn't born here, unfortunately. But somebody like AOC or somebody like, a Bernie descendant, whoever he's going to nominate besides AOC, I think that would work nationally. Do you disagree, I guess?
I think so. No, and in certain ways, I think one of Bernie Sanders' big flaws as a politician was him being too. I know some people call it boomer, uh, but that mindset, that very traditional political mindset of being being a kind gentleman and not going after people too much and too heavily. Because when people start targeting you and people start spewing garbage, it is a very important method and from warning from Donald Trump and other populist politicians that you have to go in on the political insiders, the media, these people that are targeting you, and be ruthless about it, and not step down. So when it comes to MSNBC or CNN and other democratic establishment medias that they want you to rely on and have to submit to, I think a time will come soon where a politician is going to have to take on a more independent media approach and use the podcast, uh, use the more niche communities, and employ them to your benefit. And uh, that's something that Kamala Harris failed to do. Uh, it's rumored that it hurt her campaign, but it's difficult to really say. It definitely would have helped her to have those people on her side, no doubt. Then using those, it'll create a platform. You'll have Instagram, X, other social media platforms to your benefit. And it's difficult to say how it'll play out. There's a lot of methods and things in the background that we're probably not considering. That
True.
X being run by Elon Musk and Instagram, Facebook, and these
Did you see his
websites being
tweets
ran
today, by the way?
No.
He basically is saying Donald Trump is destroying the country with the big, beautiful bill, and that he's going to fund any libertarian primary challengers to Trump and the Republicans. What's your reaction to that?
It's typically I'm trying to read more on what Elon Musk's goals and plans are and why they
Unregulated crypto fascist capitalism, in my opinion. I think that's his goal.
Yeah, it's difficult for me to really understand what's going on there. I mean, Elon Musk is. I know it's simple. I know it's like a very simplistic view, but yeah, he is pumped up on his ketamine and drugs, and is hated by all the other billionaires and people that were supposed to be in his clan. So I think Elon Musk definitely has some very unhinged and might be just waiting to be crazy. It's probably not. I know it's probably not as controversial to say anymore as it probably would have been a few months ago, but all the stuff that came out on him, it's pretty easy for me to say that he has his own billionaire plans that doesn't fit with the other billionaires, and it's kind of like a inside billionaire war going on between people with differing interests. Because capitalism is supposed to unite billionaires and have class divisions on that kind of simple level, but
Do you think it's incompetence and, I guess, narcissism that's doing that? Because I guess logically, if you put your morals to the side, right, it would be smart for billionaires to have a unified message that actually had populist appeal. And do you think it's literally he's just so incompetent and not seeing the game and surrounded by yes men that this is why he's doing it?
that's that's really good. That's really what I think you got that up and down.
Nice.
We live in a billionaire. We live in it's sort of like a new age of capitalism where the previous generations, those from the New Deal era and Great Society and the Reagan times, are fading out, and you have a bunch of Gen Xers and millennials who never had to put in that effort, time, and analysis. And they were just born with the golden spoon and born into the power and privilege, and they don't know how to maintain power or do what's in the best interest of their class.
Full
So,
disclosure, I don't own any silver spoons. For the full disclosure, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that's what I mean. Is golden spoon billionaires have taken office, and even from like the Obama era, it's even worse than that anymore. is the you read about the big beautiful bill and this stuff. They the fact that it can destroy American society as we know it. And some people like to view Donald Trump and the billionaires around him and his staffers as geniuses who like hide in the shadows, and they're smart about what they do. My opinion is they are not smart about what they do, and they don't know what they're doing, and they fully,
I think
fully.
it's two wings in my opinion, because I think you have genuinely incompetent people like RFK, and then on the other side of it you have like neocons who are waiting for the time to shine, and they're playing into Trump's narcissism, and they're playing into this sort of brash anti-establishment figure, but they want to be the establishment, like Marco Rubio, Tulsi Gabbard. I think they're biding their time. That's how I think, at least.
There's truth to that. At the same time, what I was saying is I don't think they know what they're getting themselves into. I think, yeah, there's smart people behind the scenes, but I think we're at a point where they're so out of touch with what working class America is like that when things like the Big Beautiful Bill pass and hit the floor running, I think it's I think it might, I don't say might, I think it would prove to be absolutely devastating to the kind of societal structure and stability that is hanging on a very thin thread.
Gotcha.
And I think
what
that,
parts
yeah, I
of
think
it do you not like, I guess? Because I know it's 1,000 pages. I'm not expecting you to read 1,000 pages of it, but like, what are the, I guess, top three things that worry you the most about it?
oh yeah, and that'd be the big thing that many people talk about is the Medicaid cuts, where you'll have some 57,000 people or whatever die yearly, and it's a very big thing we use to keep the disabled and Medicare, disabled, elderly, and younger people alive in good health and keep people employed. Without it, uh, the billions of Americans having to uh, billions of Americans essentially going into straight unemployment or having to work on very thin threads to keep their family in health. You have the skyrocketing $3 trillion of debt, and you have things such as education provisions and those things that destroy certain elements of just education, public institutions that people rely on. It's all this type of stuff, and just the growing wealth inequality that also permeates from it, where working class people being taxed more, and some guy making $57,000 to $77,000, is he really gonna be able to afford to pay $800 more in taxes per year? And people living paycheck to paycheck can't afford that type of stuff. So it's just
for real. I agree. I just wanted to say.
yeah, I know what you meant. It's like going into more detail about what exactly is going on there. Yeah, like Medicare cuts, debt deficit increases, the working people of this country having to pay hundreds or even thousands of dollars more in taxes. Yeah, it doesn't compute for a system that's already on the thin edge of destruction.
Yeah, I mean, I know literally multiple people who could be at risk of either not being able to afford food or straight up homelessness because of this, because they're on disability insurance, and it's kind of insane. Like, it just doesn't feel real. Like, it's like, how the hell did we get here? I guess. I mean, I know how we got here. It's been a long slide, but like, still, it's just insanity. And I guess my next question to you is, in terms of the politics of it, do you think it's going to pass the House in terms of its revised version that just passed yesterday night?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think for however incompetent I said that the politicians are and how touch they are with reality, I think some of them realize the potential devastating consequences of it and will avoid having it go down that path. Uh, Potentially, I say potentially. That
2 Republicans voted against the first bill, and obviously it only passed by literally a vote after another Republican voted present. So do you think somebody flips?
if I had placed my bets, I'd say probably I'm gonna say 60% chance it gets through, and a 40% chance that uh, it it fades and potentially has further reductions in the devastating effects it has. I'm not sure. I'm very near 50-50 on.
I don't think it's going to pass.
You don't think so?
And here's why. Marjorie Taylor Greene voted yes last time, and then she said she didn't read the bill, which is funny, but at least I guess that's honesty. And she said had she had known about the AI provision, she wouldn't have voted for it. So that's one vote right there. On top of that, I feel like with Elon Musk literally directly campaigning against Trump, there will be at least 1 or 2 more Republicans who obviously will be expecting a primary challenge from Trump, right? But maybe will be backed by Elon Musk. And I think the best way to get politicians to do things is to dangle money in front of them. And if they're going to get a lot more money from Elon, which Elon spent 25 million for a judge election, I think that you could see like a 3-4 vote falling short at most. I think the rest are way too scared and exhausted to deal with Trump, and they also want to take over the Republican Party later on. So I think it will fail. I think it's possible it passes if there's some sort of like backroom deal that Trump's make. But I don't know if Trump is smart enough, or I guess I don't know. I don't know if people in Trump's cabinet have the wherewithal to actually make some sort of backroom deal to get a House member, like a cabinet position, after they vote yes or something, to do that. So I don't know. We'll see. I think I'm leaning on slight edge to it's going to fail, but then again, they can always amend it or reintroduce basically the same thing again. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think you said about the AI provision. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. The provision where it essentially gives nationwide freedom for companies just to replace jobs with AI bots, and I think that's something that has gotten more media attention. That absolutely terrifies so many people. That it does give a good shot that uh, GOP representatives, knowing how unpopular the bill's getting with their base, is pressured to put more reconsideration on what they're doing.
It's going to be interesting, to be honest. I think, well, we could see a vote as soon as this weekend, so we'll see. I don't know. I think they might try for the vote very soon. Obviously, it'll be devastating, but I guess, do you think if this bill did pass and was implemented, the backlash would be so severe that we would actually get a genuine political earthquake for 2026? That is, I guess, I wouldn't say anything is worth these insane trade-offs, but that actually moves the needle.
Traditionally, I would say not very much. A lot of the provisions in that bill don't go into effect until a couple or so years down the road, and Americans tend to only take action when the effects immediately have an effect on them. But given how crazed our political climate is right now, if it does pass, I could absolutely see protests hitting the streets. I don't think it'll be enough until it really starts to take in a toll on the population. So, like, come tax season or something like that, I definitely would imagine to see the much worse protests and uproars.
I feel like we're more reactionary as a society than ever, especially with both the media landscape. I'm wondering, do you think if there's like independent media figures, if Joe Rogan, if I guess honestly Elon, even though he's not a media figure, kind of is because he bought a media platform, if he comes out against the bill, if Joe Rogan comes out against the bill, borderline obsessive stalker Twitch streaming space, like deaths are marginal, but if you add them all up, like it adds up to a lot. Do you think that the reaction to their opinions in this sort of weird political stand culture would be enough to, I guess, make those effects and those vibe shifts happen well before 2026? Oh no, did Jimba's camera die? Oh, you're good.
Sorry,
You're
I'm still here. Yeah, I can see something like that. I think if they all come out, it's a difficult thing for me to imagine because so much of them are online and sort of out of touch with reality on the ground, and using that term of touching grass. I don't know if these guys would actually go out there and
touch grass.
do much with to get stuff going. That's my problem with it is I can't trust those type of people to actually take political action if it means doing political action.
Yeah, I mean, but define political action. Do you mean like protesting or just straight up voting?
Oh, I can when it goes to voting, they'll take the action, but I mean it's like going out there and protesting and hitting the streets. I have difficulty seeing that happen. Is when I'm out there, you're more often not going to encounter center right or center people hitting like on the streets. It's often you're confronted with the cops. So those people, and I just don't see Joe Rogan viewers or other people doing that kind of political effort.
I don't know. I feel like things are changing though, where you don't actually have to do that to do political efforts. Like I'm not saying posting an Instagram story is going to change the world or anything, but like when you see these online social media backlash, and where the Republicans last election realized that social media has political advantage to it. And I think the Democrats, with their whole narrative about finding the best podcaster, the Joe Rogan of the left, whatever, I think are, I guess, either fearful or recognizing the fact that their messaging sucked. And I don't know. Do you think that there is utility in just straight up online activism too?
There is the Palestine stuff. We've definitely seen that that be a major consequence of online activity. Outside of direct online activity, it's resulted in actual protests and actual events happening across the country. No King's protest was definitely an online, originated online, and that's a reason it became one of the biggest protests in American history.
Do you think it was successful though?
In humiliating the military parade, yes, I think it's.
Fair.
I think it had a good enough consequence that we'll likely never see another military parade for a good while.
Plus, it was really funny, and I thought that was valuable.
So yeah, it did a good thing in that department where, maybe it took a dent on direct fascism. It's probably one of those things that's too early to tell. It'll probably take another month or to a year to really see the consequences of the No King protests.
What would the consequences be that you mean? Like, what would the metric of success be?
The metric of success, in my eyes, would be seeing an uptick in the amount of protests we see happening across this country, or protests that were once seen as a more obtuse and obscure part of American life become a more common trend of political action. Because in much of Europe and the world, you see protests occur much more often. If your workplace deprives you of a wage increase, you go out and protest, you take a strike. or the prices rise at the local market. You do boycotts, and this is something you don't really see in our country. That's much more intense and common elsewhere in the world. And yeah, with politics, that's the bigger thing is, the No Kings protest was just a single protest to defeat Trump and his cronies. You need to actually engage more, do more protesting. Because a single protest in one day is not going to have a big enough impact that it needs to.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree. Insofar as that, I mean, I've been here for. When did you come to campus? What year?
Oh, I started a year ago. I
Okay, I've
started.
been here since 2019. I've seen protests every single year, every semester, every year, whether it's the unions striking, which obviously are the most successful form, in my opinion, because they actually have legal methods to get what they want. I've seen the pro-Palestine protests for the last 2 years. I've been there covering them for the review. I've seen, hell, random protests on Columbus Day just to hate Columbus Day. I've seen literally every form of protest under the sun. I've seen a moon truther come to campus, a guy who believes the moon isn't real, and he brings a little board to talk about it on campus. So I've seen everything. And for me, unless you're getting every person in that protest registered to vote and then afterwards campaigning your local politicians, either get them on board or get them out of office, I just don't see the efficacy of it. And I don't want to belittle people for doing activism. I just think that there's not enough honesty in terms of these protests. Yes, getting attention. Yes, getting people aware of the problems, but I don't see them leading to a lot of action, especially in some of the ways they run. I don't know. I'm assuming you disagree with me, but I just haven't seen it. I've been here 6 years, you know?
Oh no, no, oh no, no. I think you got. Well, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not talking about campus protests. I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm
My
talking
bad.
about protests like actually from people in the workforce that are food workers, factory workers, and people in their 50s and 60s out there. Because campus protests don't do much because you're not talking about people who are in the labor force, who when
I don't
they're
know if I
absent from.
agree. I
Yeah.
would say, like, our protests, especially, the thing about this, I don't know. Are you familiar with GEO, GEO?
Oh yeah, isn't it the graduate union?
Yes, Graduate Employers Organization. And Leo is sort of a more liberal counterpart to them, where they represent lecturers, whereas GEO is specifically students who are also employed to teach classes. And many of their people are the exact same people leading the pro-Palestine protests. And so, like, obviously, I don't have the data. I didn't poll the people at the protest, but I'm guessing at least bare minimum, a majority of the people there are employed for sure, either with the university or somewhere else. So I don't know. I just don't know if I agree with that statement. Obviously, I haven't polled them. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just from what I've seen, it's led by a lot of those student workers.
That's true. This doesn't mean is those are people who are traditionally part of progressive politics. Professors and people who are in academia tend to be more on the side of certain progressive policies being implemented. That's been traditionally the case for decades. I think a big part of it is our system is kind of already designed to deal with that, whereas people elsewhere, that'd be much more difficult case to handle because it only takes about 10% of a country, 10% of the labor force within our country to. This is from articles I've read to completely devastate, you know, uh, the let's say the economy. Just
I would argue it's
the
even less, depending on the sector. Like if you had a sector that was really valuable, like I guess the food industry wouldn't work because we import a lot of food, but like something where we make most of what it is in America, if you had a sector go on strike, like almost the entire sector, especially if they're all unionized or mostly unionized, I think it would be even more devastating with even less people.
Yeah, so it'd be like we just use the automotive industry for a big example. We're in Michigan, so
For sure.
that'd be a pretty good one. Yeah, those type of people going on strike for an extended period, and you have the UAW. So
Sean Fain, right?
yeah. So yeah, it's like if we take those people and we just say they go on strike for anti-Trump protests and across the country, that would that would have tremendous impact. And well, the big thing for me, I just struggle to see is much of our unions in the country are bought out and bought out by the companies that they work under. So it's difficult for me to see them doing what needs to be done to have that kind of impact and protest occur.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like obviously it's like eye of the needle, right? Like it's very hard when you're talking about people who have institutional power to actually change things and either persuading them or like straight up violence, which I don't want to do violence. I'm on blood thinners. I can't do violence. No thanks. I think there is. I feel like our protests on campus. Obviously, we're not going to challenge the federal government, but specifically some people's either adherence or complicity, or being friendly with the government when they're either straight up making our university worse, defunding it, or pretending to be progressive, liberal, whatever, and then in the background they're making corrupt deals and selling public land to private companies, which is what our university has. And I think one problem I see beyond the structural problems that are just there, it's just the game board, you can't change the chessboard, you just got to play chess. I feel like many of our leaders who run the protests on campus don't want to play chess. They want to pretend like they're not even playing chess at all. And I don't think they think about the realities of their protests. And I'll give you an example of this. I would say that much of the reason why the divestment movement has failed on campus is because the people who have run it are the same people who run the labor unions, and they think they can run the protest in the same way that a strike is run. And the problem with that is you don't have the legal, I guess, remedies that you do when you're protesting something that's not related to your union, unless you literally put it in your collective bargaining agreement. And I don't think there's much legal standing to do that, to divest in the next graduate student agreement. And I think the problem is they use the same tactics. Basically, they picketed around campus for Palestine instead of their contract. Because I don't know if you know this, but 3 years ago, when before the pro-Palestine protests, there was a strike that lasted the last 2 months of the school year in Santa Ona's first year, and it went all summer. And everybody, I believe, got basically a guaranteed minimum living wage for all their workers. So it was really a success for the most part. And they tried to run the Palestine movement in the exact same way. And I think that that's very, I guess, idealistic leadership that is the problem. And obviously there's bigger systemic issues, but when you're playing the game, you got to play, man. You got to do maneuvers in chess, you got to castle. They're not doing any of that. So you see what I'm saying? Do you disagree?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I remember that happening. I was still pretty up informed about the methods that the GEO use, and it's one of the, in actuality, it's one of the best in the country for in terms of graduate workers, because I think that the University of Michigan is one of the rare exceptions where we have graduate unions existent, and the guarantees and privileges that University of Michigan graduate students have is much greater than that of many other universities. And I think it is a shame that they would employ such similar methodologies in their form of protest. Is you do have to get creative with it, and the employers and people work for the universities, much similar to employers and outside of academia, become more conscious and aware of the techniques and approaches used. And it's always a game of constant morphing and changing, and it requires ingenuity on the part of the protesters, unions, and workers. We haven't really seen evolved much since even the 1890s. From the 1890s onwards, it's essentially
That's kind of crazy, but you're right.
The same exact methodology and playbook used, and it has to get more creative and more apply more ingenuity to it.
I'm glad you agree because I don't know if you know this. Have you seen me get yelled at all the time for being critical of the protest leaders?
I'm
I
not
get yelled at. They're like,
surprised.
"Shut up! You're undermining the movement. You're anti-Palestine. You're a terrible guy. You should just shut up, even if you agree." And I'm like, if I don't say anything and I don't use my platform either publicly or privately, then we're going to keep having the same leaders for years on end, leading us down to brick walls. And I guess, do you see value in being somebody who takes self-inventory for things you agree with? Like, I agree with divestment, but I don't agree in the way we're trying to get it because it's not working. Do you see value in being critical as long as you're being in good faith and actually want to improve the movement?
Well, yeah, there's definitely benefit to that. I wasn't like it may be they still may be using the same methods for decades on end since the 1890s. But there is certain effectiveness to it. Like, you have to apply other modes of techniques to it because yeah, striking and going out on strike and picketing has a certain effectiveness to it. But you still need to find ways to put more pressure on the people in charge. And I think they often cut themselves off on certain limits. A certain extent, you have to go to other students on campus, work with them, keep professors involved, get their people with you. It applies social media techniques and all these other things, but yeah, GEO and other mediums and universities and students have pretty much narrowed themselves down a very uh, linear path, and the campus tents were like probably one of the few ways they try to. Uh, well, I mean, campus tents existed in the '60s, but at least their credit was a at least slightly more original approach.
Yeah, I guess my question is, so obviously I think there's really like a diverging path that these protests could go, and one way, in my opinion, is that it could get even louder and nastier, and people showing up to people's houses and doing outright violence. And I mean, obviously, sometimes people use violence to get their way, but I don't want to see that happen here, and I don't think that's the way we should go. But it is an option. And the other way, in my opinion, is coalition building and playing the game. And by playing the game, I mean using rhetoric, using propaganda, building coalitions with people who are either politically aware whatsoever or straight up lean in the more traditional pro-America, even pro-Israel, and getting them on board with divestment. Do you think that that's the best way to go, or do you think there's another way that I didn't mention?
I'm not 100% sure what the effectiveness of that. I know, like,
I can get into details if you want.
there's
I've
that
been
debate
doing some
with
stuff.
there's a debate with like they talk about like Schenk-Uger who tried doing very similar approach, and I'm not 100% sure how it would work out. At least I don't think MAGA
I
on the
like Schenk.
whole
He's
is.
funny. Schenk is a funny guy. I
That's
like his passion, you know? I don't think
yeah,
I
but
agree
I
with
mean,
him.
I mean, it's like he's trying to do the playing to MAGA and their ways. I don't think it's a what you're doing by that is giving certain concessions to them. I think there's a good method to trying to convince them, trying to get people that you can get to your side, which is probably about 20-ish% of the people in that camp. At the same time,
I think that. Sorry, could you continue first?
oh, sorry. This is I guess from my perspective, I think there's a much more appropriate way to go down. I mean, you try to give concessions still to people who are vehemently against what you are doing. At the same time, you don't need to take a completely violent path down that road to achieve certain changes. So you use the institutional leverage that you have. Don't take that away. Don't uh, don't go down a path that would exile you from the community for sure. And make sure you're in touch with the courts. Make sure you're in touch with representatives. Make sure you know what you're doing is completely legal. At the same time, go for the most extreme routes you can that are within legal limits your lawyers, representatives, and people within your organization are fully aware of. I think if you take that approach, you can maximize the impact you have without putting yourself and others in your community in jeopardy. So that's really what I would go for, and
I
use
don't
every
disagree either.
toolkit.
I do think that the rhetoric, though, like, even though obviously I don't really care that much, like if somebody's saying actual hate speech, like, yeah, stop doing that. That's annoying and that's not cool and also not productive. But I think, I don't know, I feel like there's so much utility in this hellscape that we exist in to find rhetoric that you don't even have to betray what you actually believe. You just have to frame it in a way that is palatable to the audience that you're trying to cultivate. And I guess I can give you an example. I think one of the best ways to divest is frame it, for one, as a compromise, and for two, frame the divestment in the way that you are researching the specific companies that U of M is actually invested in, and essentially saying how they harm both Americans, Israelis, and other allies of America, and just general innocent people, and show that it's not just a Israel issue. It's other countries are using American-made weapons to do war crimes and kill innocent people. And I think if you frame it in that way, for one, it's not even wrong. It's true. I think obviously the scale of it is a little bit, I guess, omitting some of the context. But in terms of the raw output, I think it's true. What do you think about that? Like framing it in a way where it's pro peace ethos.
That's there's truth to that. I mean, it is one of the propaganda measures that the media tries using that the Palestine encampment protesters and those people are quote unquote anti-American and that they support terrorist groups. And yeah, there's truth that presenting it as a more appealing to certain Americans. I think we may be beyond that though, and what I mean beyond that is I think most people realize that Israel is committing war crimes using American tax dollars and uh, using those type of tools in the toolkit. So it's difficult for me to say if we're at a point or past the point where that may be effective because uh, most people have already taken a side on that
I
and
disagree,
are
honestly.
aware.
I think there are so many more Americans. Honestly, for the record, just full disclosure, my grandparents are on either side are all Republicans. Probably voted for Trump. I think some of them voted for Trump for years. I have like my immediate family as a mixture of like liberal Democrat to independent, some even Republicans who voted for Trump.
Oh, sorry.
My headphones just died, but I can still hear you.
Okay, I see.
I think there's genuinely so much distance and ignorance from that. And I'll give you an example. I talked to my grandma, who I love, about what's going on right now. And all she had initially when Israel sort of started this, well, I guess, responded to Hamas in a very exponentially worse, more unethical way, I suppose. And I showed her, like, these are the raw data. This is the people who are dying, the most child amputees per capita in the entire world. And my grandma thinks it's a genocide now, even though she's voted for Trump 3 times. And that she wants to donate to my thing that I'm running on my Instagram to raise money for child amputees learning how to walk again from Palestine. And I think somebody like her, who's literally voted like straight ticket Republican for like literally decades, right? If somebody like that can be persuaded to a position like that, on top of I always test out my opinions on perspectives and like talking points to not just her but other people in the Republican camp just to see what would happen. And she also agrees that Puerto Rico should be a state because Puerto Rico in my view, would be a swing state. And I said, like, if Republicans did it, not only would it be a swing state, but I think a lot of them would vote Republican because if Republicans were the ones to give them statehood. Things like that, where you frame something that isn't even untrue in a way that is appealing to the audience there. And I would say that there is a lot of ignorance in America and comfortability. And I think the only reason why we've even seen backlash to Trump is not because people actually are genuinely like life or death anti-war. I think they're worried about the consequences, the economic consequences of that war in America. I think that's the way you have to frame it, in my opinion. Sorry, I went on a rant there.
No, you're good. You're good. I think some a lot of it's very appealing, and there's truth to that. The only thing I worry about is the fact that it seems possible to pull off. At the same time, it's difficult to do in large part just due to the fact that you have so many people and so many figures that will push the narrative the other way. Is the media will always pull to the pictures and images of people not waving the foreign flag or the Palestine flag, and it talks about the liberation of the Palestinian people, and there's truth to that. And to the Republican talking point should and always has been more focused. Not Republican. I don't want to say Republican. I want to say the more conservative voter who believes in that the more GOP aligned political positions. They'll always talk a little more about the United States and we're shipping our weapons abroad and we're shipping money and things that should be made at home somewhere else. And even with you talking about that, I think that's becoming more of a common held position among the conservative base, and that's something that can be and should be used to pull them away from that stronghold. Maybe one of the things that Cenk Uygur was right about, and is when he talked about it, was that the GOP base and the GOP voter has the ability to be swayed out of that MAGA sphere by using accurate talking points and accurate positions that the GOP politicians and the MAGA representatives will never actually take and actually do something about. They're bought out and sold out by the Israel lobby, the AIPAC money.
Yeah, no, for real. I also think on campus we have an interesting predicament where our campus is like 70, even higher than that, some form of shade of left wing, and even then, like the other 30 is either people who literally don't care at all, or like not from the U.S., or conservatives. And I think our campus, our biggest issue is probably the donor class, which is the reason why we haven't divested. And I would say our second biggest issue is apathy. And I think part of the reason why these protests are failing is because the methods have gotten stale. Even though the message is obviously still true as ever, like having a protest outside the Regents building and then, chanting that they're a bunch of genociders. If you do that for 2 straight years, more people will be apathetic if they're not seeing results. And it's unfortunate we're not seeing results, but I think it's because we both have people unwilling to criticize that leadership group, on top of there are some genuinely insane people trying to co-opt the protests for themselves. I've had my friends personally be harassed by protest movements, even though they are either pro-Palestine themselves or just anti-genocide in general. And I think another thing that is a big problem is the inability or refusal to acknowledge any failures by leadership themselves. It reminds me almost in a weird way of the Democratic Party, where it's not their fault. The country's racist. They're not ready for a black woman. It's not our fault we lost. It's the country's fault. And I see it as the same way for our protests, where it's like, those guys, it's not our fault. It's Israel's fault. Israel's making them anti-Semitic. And like, if one insane person comes to campus and tries to co-opt it for genuine anti-Semitism, like, just say, look, that guy's a nut job. Most people here are students. They're peaceful. All they want is for babies to stop being exploded by bombs that we pay for with our taxes. They just need to say something like that. It's not that hard. And every single time there's either any serious thing that happens where there's genuinely anti-Semitic graffiti, where like, I remember there was one piece of graffiti on the Hillel building that accentuated like the person's nose of like Jewish people, and like they would refuse to even condemn it or say anything. It's like, dude, it's so easy. It's a layup. Just say, look, some insane person is conflating anti-Semitism for being anti-Israel, and that's not us. All we want is people to stop dying. I think it's a problem, and I think that we have incompetent protesting for the most part. And it's unfortunate, but I think it's true. What do you think about that?
Oh, I definitely find that. I think you remember actually. I've said before that if any socialist, progressive, social democratic movement really takes place in the whole, I don't think it's really going to be from an university campus like Ann Arbor, Berkeley, or
don't or you do think it will be?
No, I don't think it would be. I mean that in a sense that you're relying on people who are between, for the most part, 18 to 24 years old to take on a very disciplined political approach, and it's just not. It historically and realistically won't be where it happens, and I don't think that's. I say that I don't say that people from those places won't go out and do great things. I mean, also, I mean, is you'll see them 2-4 years from now, become more disciplined, become more experienced, and do things that are important. So I rely more on people in Detroit, Chicago, and Dearborn, and like the cities and workplaces, and or engineers and scientists and factory workers are active, and they have the DSA, they have even the Democratic Party or Republican Party, or some obscure party that probably isn't even known yet to most people, like the PSL out there active doing organizing and protesting. I think that's where attention has to be held. I think the media will always target the young protesters and the young people who have illy worded symbolisms and encampments and flags.
The tragedy of youth.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is, and they'll always exploit and use that against the disappointing.
For sure. For one, by the way, I don't want to keep you if you have to go somewhere, but this has been a great conversation, honestly. We've gotten crazy viewers this entire I don't know if you've noticed.
I have not really noticed.
We've had anywhere from a half dozen to a dozen people tuned in at any given time for like literally 2 straight hours. So like this was going to be like 200 to 300 random unique viewers to this video, which is crazy. But regardless,
nice.
Do you have to go anytime soon? I just want to be polite.
No, I'm good. I'm good right now.
Excellent. Cool. I'd love to have you on again, of course, for the record. I'm good, by the way, too. I just wanted to talk about, I guess, what I've been working on, because in the background of all of this, I've been getting in contact with people in positions of power at U of M to try and make this happen. Like, I've been in regular contact with some of the regents and admin people, and they're not as, like, I guess, pro-Israel as you'd think. Do you think there's any value or, I guess, realistic path to working with them to achieve at least a partial divestment? Because I doubt they're going to fully divest, to be honest.
Well, I mean, people always make begrudging concessions, and you always have to go further, but it shows that you're winning, and when you can go out as you're trying to run an organization, trying to run a protest, and you're able to show the grudging concessions that were made, that helps. It helps a lot, because people need to see that progress is being made and all is not being done for nothing. So when you're a union or a student or a GEO or whatever maybe you have to be able to show that victories are being made, and I'm I think I think it's important to do that, and not having that open lever or release valve present is bound to make a complete disaster unfold. I think that's maybe reading about like the Russian Revolution too. Like an example would be the Bolshevik Party. They didn't really do concessions in the way that they should have, and I think that's one of the big reasons why it took so long for them to achieve power. It was kind of by mere luck that they really got their foot in the door, because they relied on other parties to make those concessions. You had the SRs, the Mensheviks, the agrarians, populists who really helped put the process make the process unfold. So yeah, I think concessions with the rightist would always be an important step towards moving forward.
Excellent. I'm guessing, honestly, I was surprised how much like you agree with me on this, because like most people, well, not most, but at least the most vocal people on campus who are either in these protests or directly lead them, wouldn't agree necessarily. They think it's impossible and that they have to go, I don't know, super, maybe not violent, but super loud and obnoxious to get this done. And I disagree with that. I guess, honestly,
Well,
I guess my question to you, sorry, do you have something to respond to there?
I would respond by saying that despite making concessions, I wouldn't stop there. What I mean is, if they say we're gonna do X, Y, Z, you make that work. You put in a process, you make it pass. And I definitely want to like change the policy. If you're running an organization, your goal is to complete liberation and restoration of Palestine, and you're doing it for like a concession with Israel. It's like you point as a step in the right direction, but you still move forward and run at the same platform. But you're passing legal legislation that is a step in the right direction. That's kind of what I mean. Sure, the protests may quell and things may slow down, but the idea is that you and your party going forward are going in the right direction. So yeah, if that makes sense at all. I don't want to make it sound like I'm making.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. And actually, that leads me to my next question. Did you pay attention to any of the student government shenanigans that have been happening over the last 2 years?
Student government shenanigans have been left.
Yeah.
I've read a little bit about the Human Rights Party and the moderate group that's in charge, and how barely anything ever gets done there. If that's kind of what you're talking about.
I actually had one of the biggest member on for an interview last week on this broadcast. And we did disagree about some of the campus protest stuff. Although he's a good guy, his name's Kashava, and I would love to have him on again. I told him like I would love to have him on again, specifically getting into his tenure, because he was recently appointed to fill a vacancy because he got over 2,200 votes in the last election. So student government, basically, it has two progressive factions, one that's basically dead at this point, and then the new progressive faction led by the ACLU. Last year was Shut It Down. I'm sure you've heard of Shut It Down, and that was basically run by the protest movement. And although politically it was a success in terms of getting elected, governing-wise, it was one of the biggest failures I've seen in my 6 years here, even longer looking at history, where literally the entire party was either out of power or straight up impeached by Christmas of the same year. And I've never seen anything like that, from 23 members, including the exec, to nothing by the end of the year. And even one of their own members basically dropped association with them and filed as an independent because they were so, I guess, disillusioned with what was going on in their leadership. And after that, the Human Rights Party is essentially the follow-up that started right after that. led by the ACLU. And I would say it's probably more of somewhere between liberal and leftist, definitely more towards liberal than the Shut It Down Party was, but still. It was interesting. And now they're not in power, so to speak, although every race they ran in except for the executive they won in their little coalition in the most recent election. And right now you essentially have the neoliberal establishment in charge again, with Empower, which has basically been a party that's loosely been affiliated with previous parties over the past 2 decades or so. Not 2 decades, sorry, since the last decade. And they're in power again, and I don't know what's going to happen next. But I would say that history has shown me that whenever the neoliberal establishment is in charge for too long and they don't do anything to fix it, that's how you got shut down in the first place. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the fall elections. I don't think that everyone, though, in Empower is neoliberal. I would say out of all the neoliberal parties, it is the most big tent one that I've seen where they have actual socialists, even conservatives in the party, which is interesting. And they view it from a lens of local politics being sort of divorced from national narratives. And full disclosure, I applied to work for one specific position for them. I'm still waiting to hear back just on disability rights, just because that's my thing. But otherwise, it's been interesting to watch and also have internal conversations there. And they did agree to an interview with the Michigan Review, so we'll see. I'm going to ask them some very tough questions, don't you worry. Do you have any thoughts on that? I'm very entrenched in this history. I've been living it and been very frustrated by it for many years now.
It's for me to say because I haven't read too much on what's going on there for a while now. I do realize from things I've read that the campus protest movement got into government, and from my understanding, it was very divided.
I was the one covering it on the Reddit. That was me.
Yeah, divided, unstable, and frustrated, and that's not to be unexpected because you have socialists and socialist groups and progressive groups and people who are very new to how to manage and sustain a government or any governing body. Yeah, like if you read about the 1848 revolutions in Europe, I'm using a very intense example, but what I mean is political revolutionaries and political reformists who have very little idea what they're doing, and it's just a hot mess, and it only lasts for a few months before people say, I've had enough, I'm tired of this, I want something else. And that's exactly what happens, and you see people just fumble, fall out of power, and quickly you see the the status quo just jump back into power. Do they stay in power? Not for long. I meant like the after the revolutionaries are kicked out, people back in there. The status quo doesn't remain for too long, but it's enough for them to gain a foothold and suppress anything that they need to suppress. So when it comes to like the fall elections, I'm sure you'll see. Maybe we're at a university, we're talking about the University of Michigan. So yeah, I don't expect MAGA guys or right guys to jump into power, but I do suspect that you might see the neoliberals get kicked out. You probably see some more left wing people. Maybe not get kicked out, but I'm gonna say
I have
you'll
some
see their
inside info that I can't 100% share, but I can give you a little bit of insight. For one, there is a massive scandal about to break from the Michigan Review. I have a conflict of interest, so I'm not the one reporting on it, but I did get the information initially and I forwarded it. It's going to be literally like a massive, big scandal. I can't get into what it is, but you'll hear about it for sure in 2 months, maybe less. I'm not the one writing it. I just got the information and I passed it along to somebody who doesn't have a conflict of interest. And that could impact this race. It's not in an intentional way. I literally just stumbled into this. Somebody emailed our tip line, which, by the way, feel free to email me personally at Tyler Fiorito or on Instagram if you have tips for news. That's how the story came to be. It's going to be a massive one, so get ready. Like, I'm literally talking about multi-year, maybe decade-long almost, potentially unethical practices. And we'll see. We haven't finished the investigations, and I'm not privy to everything, nor do I have editorial control over this story. But based on the initial information I got, it's very, very bad, and you'll hear about it soon. And the second thing I was going to say is I have already confirmation from one of the parties in the last election that they are for sure running candidates in the fall. And for the record, the fall is a special election. It's for people who either left office, got appointed to exec to fill their seats, and also lower level government elections, which essentially are like state elections. So like LSA has their own government below that, and they elect half their members in the fall. So it's not like every seat's up for grabs, nor the presidency, but there are going to be some massive elections up for grabs. And feel free to ask me about the story. Actually, you know what? DM me, and I'll give you more specifics. I can't get into it yet, but it's going to be big, let's just say.
Okay, I am curious. So you said 2 months. This is because you want it to have
It's a big
maximum
scandal.
impact.
Well, I definitely want it to have local impact because this is probably one of the most unethical things I've seen, and I've been covering this since 2019. I haven't been covering it, but I've been in and around politics on in Narrowverse since 2019. So we'll see.
Nice. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Even either way, like if it doesn't affect if it isn't about corruption or anything leftist circles, I suspect that you'll still see a uptick in the amount of more left-winging seats. Mainly, I say this due to the trend of our country right now, the very hostile mood to MAGA and especially Democratic establishment figures. Is people in the Democratic circles are not too happy with their current leaders. Oh, that was a fumble of my camera. But yeah, that's really what I'm getting at. So I think the Democratic establishment is going to be in a state of crumble for the next few years, and I really don't think the Democratic Party is going to be the same 2 years from now. I think when 2028, 2026 come and pass, I think it'll be a very different party.
Do you think AOC is going to try to primary Chuck Schumer?
I've heard talk about it. I'm not completely certain. I think it would be a very smart move. I think she'd have a very good chance of scoring a victory. But I don't know what her political ambitions are. I think I have no clue. I have to imagine they're working. If they're doing that, fighting the oligarchy tour, I've always imagined her to have more high ambition.
For sure.
I'm not saying.
I guess my question: do you think she could run and potentially win? By the way, the polls are insane. I'll get to that in a second. Favoring her over him in a primary. But do you think if she won Senate, would it be realistic for her to immediately run for president or vice president, be a vice president pick in 2028?
That's all I mean is, with her doing the fighting the oligarchy tour, Sanders and everything, I feel like her ambitions are more towards the presidency. I feel like I think there will be a progressive candidate running against Chuck Schumer no matter what. I think the DSA and other figures in the background realize how shaky the Democratic establishment is, and they want to run primaries wherever they can. I'm not 100% sure if it will be her, though.
Do you want to know what the poll is?
What is it?
So this is a poll from May of this year. In a head-to-head matchup, assuming no other candidates, which there probably will be other candidates, but in this hypothetical matchup, the poll is 54% AOC, 33% Schumer, everyone else not sure, or another candidate. So she leads by 21 points in a hypothetical primary poll.
That's as close as you can get to an assured victory. Even having a 6-point margin is considered to be a sweep of the floor. Chuck Schumer is not popular at all. He's
less popular than Mitch McConnell was at Mitch McConnell's lowest.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Chuck Schumer is hated by even his own voters, and Mitch McConnell's typically been liked by GOP voters for beyond me reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I think his approval rating was like literally 17 or maybe it was 11 or 12% across all voters. And like his approval rating was pretty much almost as negative on the Democratic side as it was on the Republican side.
The sad thing about politics is you can have people like Margaret Thatcher and others who are unpopular among 80 to 90% of the country, but nobody's willing to challenge them and nobody's up to the task.
Also, by the way, I think I was wrong. He's actually up in 2028, not 2026.
Oh, up in 2028. Well, I guess we're stuck with them for longer. I mean,
or if AOC doesn't run for president in 2028 or 2020, in 2028, then she could, I guess, run there as like the next level up, I guess.
I hate to be like this. I mean, it's like if he makes it to 2028.
You're not wrong. It's just reality.
Because there's so many people in office that you're gonna say that for right now, right? Like if they're there.
74 years old.
Yeah. Right now,
Crazy.
right?
Yeah. I mean, he would get killed in an election. I'm guessing he probably won't seek re-election, and if he does, he's going to get absolutely murdered, metaphorically, politically.
Yeah, that's the case, and it's. I mean, that's the reason. Like, it's not just that the Democratic establishment is also really hated; it's also just the fact that they are all in their 70s and 80s, like, and that there's nobody there to succeed them. You have who's that Michigan senator that they keep trying to promote? The
previous one?
No, they have a senator here right now who's really popular among the Democratic establishment. Katie something.
Haley Stevens?
I think that might be it. Let me just search it up real quick.
She used to represent my district. She's 42, but she's like more, I guess, bipartisan neoliberal type than most.
Oh, Alyssa Slotkin. It's the person they keep promoting.
Yeah. She's an interesting case.
I think she's no different than Gretchen Whitmer or Pete Buttigieg or those guys.
I would argue on military, she's probably more right wing than any of those guys. But I think socially, she's actually more left wing, which is interesting.
I've been more of a position that I really don't promote. It's controversial among left wing, like leftish communities, but I'm more like when it comes to policy and policy focus. I'm always more focused on socioeconomic issues. And what I mean is that I'm more than happy to promote the transgender rights and the DEI policies and all that. When the topic's brought up, but I think too many Democratic and liberal politicians make it the emphasis of their campaign. I think that's what you mean by social policy. It's they use it as a ground for going to war with Iran, or Hillary Clinton using women's rights as the case for going into the Middle East, and it's not just something I'm really for. I think social policy always has to be more of the background of your politics, and to defeat rightist politicians, GOP politicians, the Democratic establishment, it has to be socioeconomic policy. I think to score all voting groups of all sexes, of all races, you have to focus in on the economy.
Actually, I just had a funny question that I forgot to mention. I actually got invited to the Turning Point USA Student Action National Convention, and I'm going, by the way. What do you think I should ask people there? Sorry, that was a left field curveball, but I just forgot to mention it.
No, it's a good question. I know quite a few people have been invited there before. I think Hassan Piker and Kyle Wensky, all those guys have been invited there before. thinking about, oh, my camera is horrible.
If they're trying to censor you, gravity's trying to censor you.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, what I think you'll invite is, talk about questions that you should ask. I think I just said about focusing in on socioeconomic policy. I think that definitely should be a focus. And for questions that you should ask to these type of people, I don't think you should go simple. Yeah, you can always go on like minimum wage, all that stuff's like super easy stuff that most people would focus in on. I would focus in on the billionaires, people who fund GOP-backed politicians, and definitely when it comes to like foreign policy, I would always go into the Raytheon Boeing money that keeps their policies and positions alive, such as like financial backers of the Daily Wire.
True.
And that type of stuff. Okay,
That's
I'm
fair.
like camera.
It's going to be an interesting convention, and the guys who actually organized it and like invited me to go have been very nice. So I think I'm mainly going to ask questions from a sort of libertarian populist perspective, I think, and like ask them about the war, I think, and also I guess what the future of the Republican Party is post 2028. Or I guess during 2028, especially in the post-Trump era, like who's going to take over. I think it's going to be very interesting to hear that, because obviously I'm probably not going to persuade anyone to become like, left-wing libertarian like I am, but I think asking them interesting questions about the worldviews and sort of asking questions to see if I can see how out of touch some people are, and also how in touch some people are, hopefully, with America, I guess. Especially young people, I think it would be very interesting. But the lineup is crazy. It's like every single media, conservative, Republican, like apparatus figure is there. It's kind of insane.
It'll be interesting though. I think you'll scare some of them by talking about a full MAGA GOP, because they have no direction for after Trump's gone, and that's a scary reality that they really haven't come to admit yet. Is that he's not going to be around for much longer. He's a 78, 79-year-old man who's already showing signs of deterioration and signs that his legacy is already fading at a very rapid rate. And Ted Cruz and Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, and
I think
the
Steve's
younger
looking for a
generation.
wife.
Oh,
Did you hear about that?
hear about what? Oh, Steven Crowder? Is that?
And his wife? Like he abused his wife and then divorced
Yeah.
her after saying that nobody should be able to divorce.
Yeah, that's exactly one of the reasons his career path went into jeopardy. And that type of stuff just, it's like there's nobody there who's an effective politician who's willing to take the stand. All of them have serious corruption battles, and like Matt Gaetz is a horrific example of one of them who faded into the ether.
I'm
really
sure he'll get a
fast.
media career or something, probably.
Yeah, it seems like none of them are gone forever, so I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, he's going to speak for real America. No, I'm kidding. What is it called? I guess this is a weird reality that I think could be possible, sort of in what happened in 2022, where Trump was campaigning for people he liked, and he was just rallying. Obviously, he wasn't running for like Senate or anything. Do you think it's possible that even if he's term limited, that he will basically be the button man for J.D. Vance to be his designated successor, or if it's someone else? Do you think that's a possibility?
I'm not 100% sure. I wish I knew more about what's going on inside these people's heads. That's it,
It's possible.
their successor lineup is confusing. It makes no sense. They don't have any clear-cut person, and typically they don't win by popular consensus. They typically win by this being on the GOP ticket and people going to the polling station and voting for them with low voter turnout. So I'm not 100% sure how it could play out.
I don't know if that's true anymore. I think in the midterms it might be, but I think like genuinely turnout being low doesn't necessarily benefit Democrats anymore with how poorly the Democratic Party has messaged. I guess it'll change obviously if like the more socialist left wing people take over the Democrats, but I don't see that anymore, especially at the last election. Like, yeah, turnout was lower than COVID year because COVID, we had mail-in ballots everywhere. But even so, like Trump won the popular vote. And I don't think that was because of low turnout because we still saw like 55 or something percent, which is still like higher than it was during like the Romney years. And I don't know, I feel like it's a populist battle. And I think that in 2028, if Trump is not dead yet, of course, that it's possible that if the Democrats somehow make the mistake of getting a guy like Pete or frickin' Gavin Newsom to be their nominee, that Trump could carry in a mixed year, like a guy like a JD Vance or someone else, over the finish line to win maybe like the presidency and the Senate, but not the House or something like that. Like a really race to the bottom. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's. I think you might have a point that voter turnout has less significance than it does in the past. In large part due to the fact that with the with how well the generations, like the 40s and 50s generations, slowly dying out, like the democratic prestige of the past with the JFK, LBJs, and even the Obama years becoming a more distant past. They are living on fame and legacy that doesn't exist much anymore. So yeah, this just sense on that, and with people coming out after, like a Gavin Newsom or a Pete Buttigieg or even a Gretchen Whitmer, and the fact that Trump's not going to be there, you have some other guy like JD Vance or uh, heck, even like a Ted Cruz or something like that could come back into play. It would just be a test of who's the less popular candidate. It would even be worse than Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump because at least both of them had some form of charisma and charm and character to them. The people we have now are career politicians without much character or humanity to them. That's the worst part. Is they're all so out of touch and they're all born into this privilege that they don't understand what their base and voters really want.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think another thing that's kind of going to be interesting to see is if those Elon threats are real, if he's actually going to try and take down Trump, and if he, it seems like he wants to join the Libertarian Party or at least platform their candidate, if that could actually hurt Trump's by proxy campaign for JD Vance, who seems like the leading guy to replace him just because he's his VP. Do you think that there's like a realistic way that Elon, I guess, maintains focus into undermining Trump's campaign, or is this just like an empty threat because Elon got mad?
It's difficult for me to say. It's just that he's Elon Musk is a guy who's equally out of touch and is equally on immense drugs and is very impulsive. I think there's a real possibility that somebody like Elon Musk has more connections to the outside of the world, outside of Washington D.C. and outside of the Democratic and Republican circles, that he could probably prop up some slightly more charismatic and more more of an individual with image and populism. I think Trump and his group has become less so populist and more in line with the establishment GOP. His MAGA has very quickly faded from their 2016 vision that got them into over the edge. I think Trump lives a lot on his legacy as the 2016 candidate. I guess his 2020 and 2024 campaigns were more so bent on his own image and his own vanity more than the NAFTA deals he ran on, and even the times he proposed a universal healthcare system, the times he said the corruption and swamp of Washington D.C., all that stuff. It's that he doesn't talk about that as much as he used to because he's part of it now and he's part of the game that runs that. So I think Elon Musk has the opportunity to run a GOP candidate and who more fits that 2016 image, who isn't yet part of that Washington D.C. process. But obviously, once you're in office, they'll just do what Elon Musk and his group wants them to do. So, yeah,
do you think you could run a guy like Tucker Carlson or something for his, obviously insidious as Tucker is, he's very good on camera at convincing people. He's a smart guy who uses his forces for evil, in my opinion. Like, he's very smart, but clearly wants some sort of fantasy white Christian nationalist world. Do you think a guy like Tucker Carlson would genuinely run as like a libertarian, or do you think he just wants to be a commentator?
That's a good question. I think Tucker Carlson actually is a very charismatic person. The times I watch him, the times I listen to him, he is very, very effective at communicating, and he's very good at doing his interviews and coming off with this image of being different and supportive of change. And it is something that's very impressive and unique out of the host and people you could get out of like that media circle. See, I'm not sure he'd run for president or anything, but I think I think in terms of just the political climate and the political sphere, I think he's somebody who's going to play a very important role because he's able to have an impact on people's careers. He's able to impact what Trump does or Vance does and Ted Cruz. Whether he's able to see it or not, because he often concedes. He often concedes in defeat whenever he's met with a challenge or opposition from Donald Trump or other politicians, which is weird because
I don't think he does, though. He used to, but I don't think he does anymore. I think it was when he was at Fox News he did. I don't know if you've watched anything like he said, starting off in like 2020 and 2019, he would criticize Trump for not doing Trump, and he would try to force like Trump into a logical place of where like, hey, Trump, especially with initially during COVID, he would criticize Trump for not taking it seriously enough, and then he did a 180 later on, which was kind of funny. But like for the first 2 months of COVID, he kept criticizing the Trump administration for downplaying it and warning that it would like have electoral consequences. Which, I mean, he was right, but then he did a 180 on that because he was still at Fox News. And I think now as an independent, you've seen him criticize the Trump administration, especially with that interview with Ted Cruz. I don't know. He's interesting.
Maybe he's when that still do kind of image that week that came out with him complaining about the Trump era and the Trump administration. I was so excited for it to be over, and he hasn't really differed from that much. He still pretends and acts like he's part of the MAGA base when he really is not.
It's true. So it's very true.
So I still find that he he doesn't have actual political convictions, and he does whatever he thinks will win him the game.
Do you think Stephen A. Smith? Do you know who that is?
A little bit. Is he one of the other Trump insiders?
No. He's not even a politician, at least not until recently. Basically, Stephen A. Smith, if you don't know, was a basketball commentator on ESPN. Very, very charismatic guy. Has so many viral clips of him talking about NFL players doing drugs and making fun of them. And he has had a debate show on ESPN for like literally 25 years. And he gets paid like $50 million a year because he's literally the reason why ESPN is still in business, in my opinion, other than literally buying sports. And recently, in the last like 2 to 5 years, he started doing political commentary from a criticizing the Democratic Party side. And literally, he's been doing that so successfully, using his sports platform and expanding on it, that he's polling at 10th place right now in the Democratic primary, even though he's never run for office ever. I encourage you to watch some of his commentary. I think he's still figuring out what he wants to say, but he's a very charismatic speaker. Do you think a guy like that, who's an outsider, could potentially be the guy for the Democrats, or at least a VP?
I'm not sure. I don't know him at all very well.
Definitely watch him. He's very entertaining.
I'm still of the opinion that the Democratic Party is in a constant state of change, and they're going to go down a very different aesthetic, hopefully policy-wise, but even if not policy-wise, they're going to go for a very different look and feel. And that means going for a sports guy or a congressperson from New York or anything like that. I think it's very much possible. Still, I can't really say because I'm not confident of the road that the Democratic Party wants to take, and they're still figuring it out. But it's possible, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion that until the DNC changes leadership, maybe they'll have fluke wins over the Republicans, but at the end of the day, they're losing the war. Just like how Biden won in 2020, but then, I mean, since then, we're more right-wing than we've been in like 100 years, you know? And I think until leadership changes, you can occasionally accidentally, drunkenly stumble your way into victory, but if you don't change leadership, like it's an accident. It's a bug, you know? It's not a feature. And I think that that's true with the Democratic Party, and I think we agree on that.
Yeah, that's 100% it. Is the Democratic Party is just it's a game. I think he said it earlier in this interview. It's a game of who's less popular overall, and the Democratic Party is right now, even with Donald Trump, I think poll-wise, they're still trailing behind the GOP. If election was held today, the GOP would likely still retain a majority in the House and Senate, which is absolutely disgusting and repulsive, considering that they are destroying the country bit by bit.
In the same way that I blame the neoliberals on our campus for the reason why Shut It Down won. Like when somebody says Shut It Down is the worst thing that happened to CSG, I say no, neoliberalism is, because that's how you get Shut It Down. I blame the Democratic establishment more than anyone else as the reason why Trump became a thing in the first place. I blame them more than Republicans, more than neocons, because I think the Democrats' inability to do much of anything during Obama's term, especially when they had 59 seats in the Senate, was one of the biggest fomenters of this anger that you saw in movements like the Tea Party movement and even Occupy Wall Street, where you had Obama-Trump voters and where you had people who didn't vote at all before now vote for Trump. I think you don't get there without Democratic failures in power and also Mitch McConnell running circles around them with the obstruction. I don't think you get there without those failures in the first place. So ultimately, for Trump being Trump, obviously, I blame the guy because he literally is the guy. But you don't get him without the Democrats running complacent, status quo, incompetent, resting on their laurel campaigns. That's my perspective, at least.
Oh, that's for that. It is fundamentally just an endless cycle of the Democrats going in there doing absolutely nothing, and then just being slumped when they when you see that their campaign promises did absolutely nothing to fix or well, it did nothing with their campaign promises. That's exactly it. They just hop into office and they immediately just fumble in on themselves.
Remember Biden 2020? He wanted public option healthcare for all. I don't know if he ever actually proposed that once, period. I know it wouldn't have been possible with the Senate being so close, but still, he didn't even propose it, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean,
and that was on his ads. I remember vividly. It was one of the reasons I voted for him in 2020, even though I wasn't really a fan of him, is that he said public option healthcare. Don't you want a public option? Everybody gets healthcare. And I'm like, yeah, I do, because I have chronic illnesses and disabilities. I don't think he even proposed it once.
Yeah, that's yeah. He never. It's unfortunately it's a similar path that a lot of politicians go down, where they make obscene promises but never completely follow through on them. But especially for the typical GOP and Democratic establishments, they tend to make those concessionary stands, but they run it through, get the parliamentarian, other people in there, and they just they flop on it, and they say the parliamentarian, we have Kentucky senator, and we have moderates who don't want to see change. It does nothing to actually contribute to their poll numbers, and in fact, it just makes them go down further and further when the GOP was willing to do whatever it takes to get their policies through. And you see them do right now with the big that bill, the big ugly bill that they.
That's what I titled my stream as. That's literally what I titled my stream as. Is the big ugly bill.
Yeah, the big ugly bill. They're doing everything they can to get that bill through. Did Joe Biden do everything he can to get the Build Back Better bill through? Absolutely not.
Biden was the best president ever.
Yeah.
See, the fact that you know that's a joke, even though I just said a statement, means everything you need to know about Biden's presidency.
Yeah, even Barack Obama with Medicare and his bill packages, they did nothing to push their agenda through. They just sat on the sidelines, and they sat with the Republican politicians in their insider rooms and their Goldman Sachs funded chairs and the lounges, and they
also pardoning bankers. Didn't Obama do that? He pardoned people after the financial crisis.
Yeah. His solution to the financial crisis was bailing out a bunch of greedy banks, and he ran on doing the complete opposite of. His campaign was fundamentally a campaign about getting money out of politics and getting billionaires out of our political institutions, and he did nothing to contribute to achieving that. He did nothing.
He changed everything. Obama was the best. We have no more problems now.
It's so irritating to see that type of stuff happen and go down.
When I said, dude, you know what's even more annoying? Well, actually, just as annoying is the identity politics. I hate that Democrats use that as a shield. Like, I had a debate with somebody else like a month ago, and I was saying Kamala Harris was a very weak candidate, and I think she could have absolutely won if she stuck to like the first month of her campaign's messaging rather than backtracking on it and not distancing from Biden. And then the person was telling me that I'm racist for saying she's a bad candidate. I'm like, no, dude, I have eyes. I'm living in reality. Campaigning with the Cheneys is a bad idea, you know? And I think that the Democrats, whether their base has bought it or not, keep using identities and weaponizing it as a shield for criticism themselves, and also weaponizing it against Republicans. And I think it's almost more insidious than what the Republicans do, because they're like so brazen with what they do that it's almost accidentally honest, whereas the Democrats use literally persecuted groups to push their message forward, you know? I don't know. I feel like it's more offensive to my taste, you know? It's a race to the bottom.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, it's the thing I told you earlier about the fact that the Democratic politicians completely flop on their opportunities because they run on distinct cultural issues, and it's very niche and doesn't appeal to anybody but a small minority of people. And to win elections, you need to run on effective campaigns that focus in on uh, the billionaires destroying our system, the class interest, and everything else that it goes along with it, and it's socioeconomic reality. But they run on obscure gender issues that don't appeal to many people outside of a small niche minority of people, and it's just sad to say the least that you can run on.
Very sad.
I mean, it literally is that they fail to run campaigns because they are so bought out by donors and billionaires that they have to run on campaigns that focus in on sometimes serious gender issues and obviously very serious race issues. But you can't combine that with effective socioeconomic policy that would fundamentally resolve these issues. Because the reason the Republicans are able to use race, gender, sex, religion as their campaign models and for the problems that exist in our country is because the Democratic Party and other center and left-wing parties can't use serious socioeconomic issues to win campaigns and get policy through to change our system. So you'll always have fascists able to manipulate and push the needle further to the right when it would just be so much easier to resolve these issues if we ran on serious issues. But the cultural issues and the identity wars will always now exist to be the backbone of our political campaigns until we actually get serious politicians and representatives who focus in on the socioeconomic issues. Yeah, so you're definitely right.
Yeah, no, I think people have really responded. Oh, I got a question from the chat. Can you define fascist? Your definition first, and then I'll define it.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I follow more so like the Michael Parenti definitions by like the black shirts and reds. And the big thing it would be is you have capitalists in our state institutions, and when things start to go backwards in capitalism, when things are in a state of disaster, fascists, you call them capitalists and state institutions, they get into power, and it's when you start to institute repressive measures in state institutions where you'll use the sex, religion, and race as you focus in on these as problems like this in our state institutions, and you institute repressive measures that repress, what many would consider to be free speech, religion, and you increase the authoritarianism within the workplace to lower the working standards and the quality of life where people exist in the country, and the big identifiable features of expanding your territory and doing imperialism abroad and heightening military presence. That's exactly what I would consider fascism, and it isn't just permeated to. You see in Germany, Japan was a fascist country. Argentina was at one point. Spain, obviously, was one up to the 80s, and Italy. So yeah, the identifiable features are the quote-unquote big government authoritarianism features, cult of personality around leadership, and repressive features within the cultural aspects of the country, and the culture becomes the big permeating feature of a fascist country. I hope my definition was fine. I know it was a bit long-winded. I'll let you go now.
I'm going to give a very short one because it'd be funny by comparison. My definition for fascist, I would say, is the intersection of authoritarian and capitalism, not just on that spectrum, but where the authoritarian means are achieved by what is it called? Demagoguery through populism, or using your accumulation of wealth to institute fascism. That would be my definition of fascism. So, like Germany, like you said, great example. I would argue we're basically getting there very fast in our stage of fascism. I mean, we have some civil liberties left, so I guess that's sort of where we're not there yet, but we're getting close. Don't worry. Yeah, I think it's centralizing power through both centralizing wealth, and also, I guess, otherizing a certain group of people to achieve your means.
That's I do worry about the definition a little bit. Like you can also say like state capitalist countries like Singapore and Russia and China might fit those definitions too. It gets very. That's where you have to get into the nitty details. 'Cause, I do think the big one would always be the otherizing of other groups, because that's almost existent in all fascist countries. Like, even like Japan and Italy, they're minority groups. Like if you aren't like pure Japanese or pure Italian, they targeted Jewish groups too in Italy, and Japan had their indigenous groups, which people don't really like to think about, like the indigenous groups in Japan, but they were targeted, and the Koreans and the Chinese were targeted. Even Spain, their big thing was more they had Catholicism be like a defined trait. People who weren't Catholics were targeted, and people who were part of like any non-party group were targeted quite immensely. Oh, and he said he wants to fire back with some questions.
Oh yeah, I was literally typing in the chat to him right there. I guess my question is, do you think Russia is a fascist state, or at least some form of fascism?
I would say I wouldn't say not. And the reason I would say that is I think when you look at Russia today, it's in a very unique state that it might be. I would definitely say Russia is an like imperialist power. They do follow through on a lot of imperialist endeavors. As much as I do defend them in certain ways in like the Ukraine war, that I think their opposition to letting NATO and the U.S. expand into Eastern Europe is to the benefit of people in Eastern Europe. I'm not under any illusion that their war in Eastern Europe is very is under their own imperial skies, because Russia that exists today is not a socialist power in the region. They are a capitalist power, and they have their own imperialist reasons for doing what they're doing. So yeah, but when it comes to fascism, I don't think they otherize groups. I also don't think Russia is well.
I would disagree on that one, by the way. I think they've literally otherized Ukraine and used the excuse of Nazis in Ukraine, which are very much so real, is one of the primary excuses to go to war in Ukraine.
Yeah, you might have some points on that. I don't think it's to the extent that you may think. Russia isn't implementing the kind of repressive measures you've traditionally seen in fascist countries before, and Russia still has a very big parliamentary system that may go down the fascist road in the future, but they still have a public opposition to Putin. Putin doesn't seem like seen as a godlike deity figure.
I don't know if I
And-
agree with that either. I don't think he's seen as a godly figure or anything, but like guys like Alexei Navalny who were poisoned, allegedly by Russia state operatives. Also, I don't know if you know this, but early on in the war, about like a month or two into it, back in, what was it, 2022, there were public protests in Moscow where they were brutally repressed, very much in similar ways to what America has done to pro-Palestine protests. So, like, I don't know if I would agree there. Although I see what you mean. Like, it's not fascist in the same way that Nazi Germany was fascist, right? It's not that level of fascism. Although I think it's authoritarianism. I think we agree on that, at least to some extent.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is like one of his questions on the suppression of free speech. Not any. I don't think any country has exactly free speech. Though what I mean by it is that journalism under fascist countries is very much limited towards like to socialist states too, but state-owned journalist papers where or media is completely centralized in the hands of a few people, and the media is very centered towards appraisal of the current system that exists in that state. And when it comes to it's like the mixture of capitalism within it. The media itself is likely to be centered in the hands of corporations and businesses that exist under that fascist state, and their hands are mixed into the governmental bodies as well. And even like Benito Mussolini himself said that the third way, or fascism, as it exists, is meant to be like a corporatism, or the state and corporations are merged as one, which sounds obscure and confusing, but at the same time, when you really analyze how capitalism in our country exists, the merger between states and the state and the corporations that exist are becoming more connected. Is Amazon, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, all of them are slowly becoming merged as a cohesive piece in our country.
Would you
And
call that neo-fascism, I guess? Like a new wave of fascism based on corporate oligarchy, basically?
like a new, oh, yeah, you're trying to say like like a, what? Can you ask that question again? I don't think I
Sorry.
really understood it.
Yeah, no, I think the way, well, I was asking, do you consider sort of like the conglomeration of these corporations in a way where they have enough power to actually affect civil liberties on top of government policy and potentially weaponize that to otherize people, potentially labor or like unionized workforce, and try to destroy that as the other? Do you think that could be a form of like a neo-fascism, like a new wave fascism?
I would definitely say so. It isn't something that we've really seen before, where even like back in the times of like German industrial power and the East India Company and those guys, like they never had these sort of this sort of technology and power that exists today. And the ways that Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, all these guys impact and affect our government and our society is much more on a personal level, where you can identify it in very easy ways. You have people who oh, I don't think he understood what I meant. Just like there's a no. When I said merging, I meant that their money, their power, their influence is much more in line with our government and society, don't mean it in the sense that like they are merging as an entity. I mean that they're merging in the fact that the distinctions between our state and our state and the corporation that exists under our state are very blurred, and that the power that the state and the corporation have are becoming more equal. Because fundamentally, the money and power these corporations have are similar to that of entire countries. Amazon, if I remember, has the power and equivalent to the GDP of, I guess, Spain or France or Germany, which is completely unheard of and unprecedented that the gross domestic product of an entire 80 million people is equivalent to the power that a single company has.
Yeah, no.
And-
I mean, I think we're kind of already getting there at that point, because I think there's so much organization with these companies in politics where, like, literally even our supposed progressive party, or supposed, I guess, party that's supposed to hold corporate interests accountable, is captured by corporate interests. I think we're mostly already there. And even so, like, I don't know. I feel like it can get even worse, of course, but still. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting concept, but another question in the chat for you.
A single Republican or Democrat would. Yeah, that's definitely one of the big things. Is like if lobbying were to be limited, it would have a dramatic impact on at the level of influence that these companies and corporations would have. The scary thing is that we've seen it before, where companies have done lobbying and not lobbying. Sorry, my terminology makes it a little bit fuzzy. You've seen that corporations before have done played the game of political chess by trying to promote policies and legislation that would work to their benefit within the public. It's sad, and it's been done before. So they would try definitely to counteract such illegal legislation. But at the same time, we can see that if lobbying were limited, the corporations of the corporate power would definitely be sliced, and we probably would see more legislation and actions done to limit the amount of power that they have over the workforce, the labor force, and actually achieve effective legislation to counteract the power that they have. The thing is, at the same time, is that, as you said, very unrealistic to happen under our current political climate, and you'll likely still see a growth in corporate power and corporate lobbying within our current institution. The thing that we have to our benefit and advantage compared to the corporations and the lobbyists is that we are the backbone of the corporate power and the corporate wealth, and that what we as individuals are able to do is intense and dramatic, and that we have the ability to fundamentally counteract their power as being their labor force and workforce. All right, he said he'll be back in just a few moments. I'll continue by discussing some of the positions and things that I would hold to be effective counteractions to their power. That would definitely include us as a community. You're good. Yeah, us as a community, we have the ability to, despite somebody holding trillions of dollars in wealth, it's important to keep in mind that money is money as a tool is entirely determined by the amount of meaning that we give it as individuals, and that we as a oh, we as individuals. Sorry, okay, that's better. That's better. We as individuals hold power over these corporations, and that when we as individuals do political political organizing, that's how we as individuals uh, counteract their power, their wealth, and one of the reasons why we as individuals have become so alienated in the contemporary climate is that over the past few decades, there's been a effort to alienate and subjugate our communities and mitigate the amount of interaction we get with other human beings and other people. And through that subjugation and that practice of disconnecting our communities, they've been able to effectively limit the amount of organizing and political action that we can do as a community. And it's important to get that sense of community back if we want to effectively counteract the power and wealth that exists. So when you're talking about connecting with people in the DSA or Marxist organizations or even anarchist organizations, the effective measures of doing that is that you are interacting with the community on a one-on-one level that is otherwise pretty difficult to obtain in our contemporary society, and that's become more and more common as we descend more down a fascist rabbit hole. And when I say fascist, I mean it's the MAGAites and the power that exists within our life, and people are getting more awakened to it, and the power that the identity and culture wars have originally played has become less and less significant. Is when you get people desperate enough to a point. Oh, sorry. So somebody in chat. So I take it you were going to into politics. How do I ask this? Because you don't have to have sure concise answers to things. It's a lot of fluff. You're so I'm trying to hurt you guys. No, I get what you mean, but it isn't meant to be. It isn't meant to be fluff. When talking about the definitions of fascism and short. Well, the problem with trying to do short and concise answers is sure, if I'm like in front of a wide audience and I'm supposed to try to describe the system that exists as fascism or capitalism or socialism, you do need short, concise answers. But when we're trying to get into theoretical nitty-gritty definitions and it's difficult to really do that because fascism and capitalism and the institutions like this are not easily defined subjects. Even MAGA isn't an easily defined phenomena, and it takes time. It takes a lot of efforts to describe them as they exist. If I were to describe fascism as an authoritarian measure of capitalism, that is technically correct, but capitalism is like state capitalism and authoritarian capitalism. It's not sufficient if you're trying to describe what fascism truly is as a phenomenon. You do need to base things on. Well, theoretical definitions are the backbone of how we analyze fascism, MAGA, as it exists. Because despite political leaders probably not singing their philosophical castles, reading Marx or reading Ricardo or whatever you may imagine. Whatever you may imagine, maybe they're just analyzing what would be most beneficial to them and their businesses and their lobbyists and their donors. But when we as protesters and organizers and political activists go out on the streets and try to impact immediate change, if we're not fully aware on how these institutions exist and how they behave and how they function, it's going to be big trouble for us when we're trying to go out there and impact our communities and try to get change, because we need to have a full understanding of how the economic side of it works, how the sociological side of it works, and how psychological side of it works. So when we go out there into canvas houses and canvas streets and get organizing in our community, it's troubling for us when we're not truly educated on what we should be doing. So, without this, Frederick Winchell says, it's like without theory there is no praxis, and that's one of his famous quotes. And it reigns true, because we as activists and we as organizers need to be well acquainted with what we're trying to achieve and what we're trying to do. We need to right now. It's out of that circle. So, I think I just think theory and definitions, they serve people like going and reading Michigan Review or listening to it, or isn't inside academia. I think it is worthwhile, but there is truth on the other hand that people who are obsessed and in the niche academic bubble, they tend to get too wrapped up in it, and they tend to run too much on the theoretical side of things. So definitely, if you're like on the niche end of listening to reading, thank you guys. Okay, I get me. Definitely, Tyler. I'm doing your job for you right now. But definitely. I'm spreading my message still, so I'm not completely losing. Definitely is on that side of things. It's important that we just are conscious and be conscious of the stuff we're going out there and doing. I think too many people in the left wing and socialist bubble. No, you're good. You're good. You're not. I'm not judging you in any way. I actually appreciate your question, because it is something that a lot of people fail to take consideration. Is that getting too much into the nitty-gritty is it's side of two problems. I think sometimes like too many left-wing or socialist thinkers get too wrapped up in the academic side of things and the nitty-gritty side of the work. But I definitely do think that many organizers and many get too deep into don't get deep enough in the waters of literature and theory. They often get bogged down by the disappointment within modern politics. I know you're rather to America. I'm curious about your thoughts. No, that's I want to say I'm like I never like to use the word like I'm anti-America. I'm critical of the situation that exists in America today, but I still want to see it get better, and I still want to see the conditions improve for the people and working class that exist in this country. So I do get annoyed rather often about the situations and circumstances that we face here at the current moment. It's difficult to sometimes get up in the morning and go out on duty work that needs to be done, or go to the university, get on campus, and actually participate within the community. But at the same time, I definitely don't think it holds me back from trying to engage and trying to be part of a society for the most part. I think if you practice actually being in good mental health and being active within the circles, it gets easier, and especially once you find your group, your people that you actually quote unquote groove with. That's really been helpful to me personally, because as somebody who's recently gotten into recently gotten into the more higher up. Yeah, yeah, definitely. That's what I meant is actually just having the ability to communicate and be part of the circle makes it a lot better. It it can it's not easy a lot of time, but recently there's been an uptick in how many uh, socialist, social democratic, and left wing parties and groups there have been. So it's been a lot easier than it has been in past years. It's I think throughout the 2000s to 2010s, uh, it was pretty much dead after the end of the Cold War, and things got uh, deep into the neoliberal pit hole. I think 2008 was the first time that the American people really got to see the inside of the corruption and rot that exists in our system. And through 2008, you had the Tea Party of MAGA, and those guys start to rise up from the ashes, and you have to see the not take back Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street movement take a root in American society. And it's not that it's not that it's not that you see like Americans as like America is like a lost people, a lost country. And it's truth that like we're deeply stuck in a consumer society, and people think they can achieve wealth and prosperity through consumer goods. We do have the culture conflicts and all that take a deep root in our country and people, but there's still hope to be had, uh, and actions to be committed, and we do see more people in office and taking office who share a similar passion for change. I'll see what he has to say. All of us don't care about your feelings. Things are cut and dry. Nowadays, people base politics off feelings instead of realization. There's, I think most people don't have an understanding of, when I say understanding, I mean the reason politics can seem so emotional and not like reality based is large part encouraged by the system that exists today, uh, where so many people base their politics based off of certain cultural aspects, the cultural and identity wars. That's where a lot of people get their politics, and that's not where politics really takes hold and root. So a lot of people see politics as very toxic and manipulative and gross and slimy, because their understanding of politics comes from a very pop culture esque understanding of it, and that's not where politics is deeply rooted. When you want to understand politics and be politically active, it should be under the socioeconomic guise of it. You should be analyzing the trade, the distribution of wealth, uh, the 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 wealthy billionaires, the people who actually have power and control our system, the not from the understanding that the Mexican immigrant in the United States is an evil villain or a saint, and that's a very That's a very not so effective method of analyzing political change and political action. Yet that's how a lot of people do it. So they see politics as just a very slimy place where several groups are infighting with each other and there's nothing getting done. But that's not really how it really is meant to be played. As you've seen with like the No Kings protests and the LA protests and other protests taking place across the country, a lot more people are unified and have a very shared vision, a very much more shared vision than what MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, or whatever other news outlet wants you to think, that America is some deeply divided country where people aren't willing to share any similarities with each other. You just need to go talk to your neighbor, you go talk to your friend at work or your date or whoever. Things are not as black and white as they may seem. And when, you know, manager or content creator tells you to fear women or something like that, you go out and talk to somebody who's you go out and talk to like an actual woman on the ground or person on the ground. You actually see that, well, I was deeply mistaken and brainwashed by some guy on social media or some news outlet, because they're still a human being at the end of the day and they still share the same passions, the same feelings, the same emotions that I do. So yeah, let's see what William has to say. Oh yes, but humanity cannot escape the reality of being human. We are all affected by our emotion, especially in an era of identity politics. 100%. That's kind of what I was already saying, is that most Americans and most people in other countries and most people across the world are a lot more similar with each other and share the same passions and the same wishes, same desires, despite what media and social media, the mainstream media, may tell you. So 100%, do not get your impressions of the world and impressions of people from content creators, even me, because as much as I may be in touch with the world and go out and talk to people out in the streets of Detroit and out in the streets of Ann Arbor, Dearborn, talking to people for yourself outside has a lot more impact and a lot more meaning than what somebody on the internet may tell you. So that's just the reality of the situation. Now, where to go from here? I'm going to encourage you, go out and join. If you have a Democratic Socialist of America within your community, go join them.
Don't do that. I'll be right there. Hold up. I have a story.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Right.
it's just for our University of Michigan YDSA, Young Democratic Socialists of America. Have you been in contact with our local chapter at U of M?
I have not been in touch.
Okay, that's a good thing, because they're run very incompetently, and they've harassed friends of mine. And this is when we were funding a town hall for a new labor union that was organizing on campus, and they got mad at us because they thought we were trying to take it over. I'm like, no, dude, I thought this is solidarity about labor. And some of them literally like threatened my friends vaguely if like we do it again. I'm like, what do you mean do what? Help organize labor? So like our local YDSA, this was about 3 years ago, did that. I don't know if it's different now, but I haven't heard much anything. And also they tried to take credit for my biggest W, and that wasn't cool, I guess. So
yeah, I'll definitely add this part on. One reason like why I differ from, like, you see me in like my story. I'm posting out the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm also posting about the Democratic Socialists for America. I'm also posting out like the Communist Party USA. And the reason I do that is because none of these parties are perfect or like perfect entities, and so much of like socialist politics in the United States and social democratic politics is run by just run by local organizations that completely differ town to town, state to state, and there's no clear image or identity for them, and that's largely because nobody has a shared agreement on what should be done and what can't be done and what policies and implementations you have imagined. It's like a Democratic Socialists for America and University of Michigan Ann Arbor or Berkeley or Yale or like anywhere across the country, you're just going to see a completely different chapter, different people. One can be like a Marxist-leaning organization, another can just be another
The ARF, I would
neoliberal.
prefer. The ARF is better than the YDSA because we don't harass people and also take credit for things we didn't do. They said they did the $15 minimum wage on campus, and they did not. I was there. I did it with 8 other people. It took us like 3 years to do it, and we got it passed up in DC behind the scenes, and that's how it happened. And then the YDSA is like, all of our activism did this, and I'm like, no, we made backdoor deals with some senators. That's how we did it. And honestly, arguably corruption, right? But like, I mean, it kind of helped people. So, and that's why I don't like our YDSA. Not only do they not do anything, but when they do stuff, they fight about who gets the credit. Well, we didn't say anything about them taking credit for things they didn't do, but like they specifically mentioned that they did it. And I was like, come on, man, come on. It's fantasy land. But I agree with you generally about like being able to join political orgs. I think the ARF is better in my opinion because we're not insane in terms of our YDSA, but also like the fact that we cross coalition lines. I think the word socialism has been sufficiently poisoned in the U.S. Honestly, most of the policies Bernie advocates for aren't even that socialist. It's really basic, like social democracy. And I think people get caught up in the rhetoric rather than the policy. And I think that's where the ARF comes in, because we're not married to like labels, other than the fact that we're pro labor, pro healthcare for all, like very basic things.
Yeah, there's a good thing though to not having that more McCarthyist lens though. I am very happy that that our country has slowly been torn away from the McCarthyist lens, because the fact that we have had people calling themselves liberals, who, I mean, like, across the world, everybody else has a completely different idea of what a liberal is compared to the United States, where liberal is affiliated with like the closest you can get to a left wing, while in other countries, the entire world, essentially, besides the United States, views liberalism as a center-right political ideology. Meanwhile, here in the United States, it's viewed as the lefty ideology. It's just it just makes absolutely no sense, and it's like the United States better get in line with like the rest of the world, because it's like the world becomes more globalized. I don't want to say globalized, like international. Like the lines between countries are less important, and the differences between different cultures and all that, it goes less and less noticeable, and people care about less. I think it'd be a great improvement to the United States and other countries. Mainly the United States, if we can actually just get in line with the rest of the world on what definitions are. Because most other countries in the world, if you say socialist or you say communist or you say I'm liberal, conservative, people mostly know what you mean. But here in the United States, like nobody has a clear cut understanding of what these are. So it's just much more intense to use definitions as they should be described, because everybody has a different definition for what each thing means. But for people like Zoran or others, I think they know what socialism is. I think a lot of them. Zoran, I think he's more using it as a tool, not tool. He's using more social democratic policies because he knows that's what you can achieve within how things are structured right now. He can achieve as a mayor, versus say other candidates and other people who may not be socialist, like Bernie Sanders. Maybe I'm sure he probably was at one point, but I don't really think he is. I think, as you said, he's more of a social democrat of a Scandinavian model. Compared to others, I think certain DSA candidates and people are socialist by definition, not the entire party. I think it's a mixture of social democratic and socialist policies within the DSA or other political organizations. Like, I think Amrev, though, as you talked about before, has a much more is it mainly just social democratic?
Yeah, I mean, our main thing is we have syndicalists in our thing. Like Joshua Lino is a syndicalist, and he's in our organization. We just don't see like I don't know, like a fully socialist economy is just not realistic in our opinion. But like we agree that 100% we need way more social services and things. And the big advantage to us is we sort of, I guess, aren't married to labels where we can get boxed in. And I agree with you in theory, like people should be educated on definitions, right? But I feel like we are so far removed from that in America that we have to play dirty. We have to play the game. We have to understand rhetoric. We have to make good points. We have to have charismatic leadership. Like we have to use every advantage, including patriotism, like the American Revival Foundation. Sounds like it could be right wing, but it's not. And I think that is how we've gotten literally dozens of members who would have already or previously fallen into the right wing trap where they vote for things that harm their family and like the country as a whole. And we have dozens of members who are now pro union guys who would otherwise be Trump voting Republicans.
Yeah, I see some. There are certain benefits to that, definitely. At the end of the day, like I don't think you have to be attached. Oh, phone's falling all over me again. I don't think you have to be attached to certain political labels and political. No, that's just. I'm sorry, my brain failed me for a moment. All I mean
You're not
is, I
getting a
don't
show
think you.
now, Jimba. Your brain failed for a second. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Sorry.
People said they want you to have your own show, so I'm open to it.
I'll see what I can do. I've actually been considering getting some TikTok account and other sites going up and running soon. So I'll see what I can.
Dude, if you did one
Pull up with.
podcast a week on the review, I'd be totally cool with it. I think it'd be very entertaining. And also, I think because we have people who are more, not like overtly, super pro-Trump Republican on our team, but more people who are right-wing and capitalist or like social democrat, I think those conversations would be really persuasive.
Yeah, I'll see what you think in the near future.
The numbers on this thing are crazy, by the way. They're going crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Hundreds of views, like actually, during this live stream.
That's great to hear. That's
Yes.
great to hear.
Yeah. Oh, we have a question in chat about healthcare.
Oh, did I missed that?
Just now. Donut's been here for a couple of streams, so we appreciate the questions, Donut. Really, like they're really good questions to ask, and I think any ideas merit needs to be tested with good questions. I don't think anyone should be allowed to get away with, rhetorically dominating the narrative. So I think that's good.
You said healthcare. I don't see the healthcare one. Or am I just?
I can read it out to you if you want. It's how do you do healthcare for all and still make it for profit? And he says, this for-profit is why America is the leader of innovation in advancement medicines and vaccines. I will say for the record, I don't agree with that fully. Although I think you can make both public and private compete. I like the German model. That's my favorite. So I don't know if you're familiar with the German model, Jimba. I think that's my favorite healthcare in the whole world.
Oh, I see.
Jimba, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just reading off some comments that apparently my own section did not show me.
They're trying to censor you, Jimba. They're trying to hide you from the truth.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, how do you think? How do you do healthcare for all and still make it for profit? Still make it a for profit thing. No, I'm gonna do healthcare for profit. Honestly, I don't think it's at all like a right wing for profit. Why is America either? Okay, so for the for the innovation aspects and the advancement of medicines and vaccines, this is actually not done mainly for the for-profit side of things. Lots of universities that are publicly funded are one of the big reasons that has been able to thrive and function, in large part because when it comes down to making advancements in healthcare and medicine, let me restart. Yeah, for innovation in medicines and vaccines, this is a large part done by the fact that we've seen universities retrieve public funding, public tax dollars, and PhD students running on stipends. They're out there making advancements in healthcare and medicine, but then you see another side of thing where private companies are able to walk through the door and take taxpayer-funded medicines and vaccines, buy them out, and sell them on the private market for markups. And that's mainly how it's been done. It's rarely been done through. It's rarely been done through private companies funding their own research and achieving these advancements. And they just buy it up and they take credit for it, which is kind of how the World Wide Web and the smartphones and all these other things that we view as American achievements were done, is through our universities paying for these through taxpayer dollars and private entities buying them up and taking them to the private market. This isn't me saying that private companies have done nothing, and private entities making it for their own money and success through it. And capitalism has done plenty of remarkable things through its own ingenuity and private markets. But in large part, the 21st century advancements in medicine, healthcare, and tech has largely been through our universities and taxpayer dollars thrown into certain corporations and businesses to get these record-breaking achievements. And it's just like you see in China, where they rapidly have been making breakthroughs in AI and research, or actually through their socialized programs and not the business side of things. Business side of things is good when you want to make products and get them out into the hands of people with a widespread market through the market economy. But when it comes to the ingenuity and creation side of things, it's typically done through universities. And this isn't me just blatantly making stuff up. If you look at the research and the papers that have been released on innovations and the private market versus the public side of things, the evidence speaks for itself. Sorry about being a bit
wrong, by the way.
long-winded.
I studied this. I just wanted to say, because I did my econ degree at U of M, and by the way, I'm a firm defender of econ people degrees. I don't think people understand when they criticize econ people as being too capitalist that we have a whole wing of economics that's based on socially optimizing the economy, and I'm very much an adherent to that. Just wanted to say I'm defending my econ brothers. Anyways, so econ, we studied this in terms of public versus private innovation. And one of the main things we see is there's no like outright dominance worldwide of public or private. But the reason why that is because a lot of the public innovations that happen become either privatized and sold off, or a new company creates something that is close enough to a medication that it can be ruled to serve the same purpose or even a similar purpose, but enough different that it can be patented. And so that happens a lot, where you have this competition for basically patent hopping. And that's the main reason why I think you see like an outright overwhelming majority public funding working for medicine. I think it's definitely doable. But because the private institution has a for-profit motive in the healthcare industry, you see people and these companies either sell their patents willingly or essentially get screwed over in the courts or by a university that holds the rights to that patent. And I think that overall, it's definitely doable to do it 100% public if you wanted to. I think, though, that there is some room for for-profit medicine, specifically on like non-life-threatening things. I think when we're talking about life-threatening things, most of that work should be done publicly. If you're talking about like cosmetics or whatever, some cosmetic company wants to make, some kind of, it makes your face look thinner or something. That's like, okay, go for it, make some money. You know, Americans love that, right? But I think generally public research and innovation is the way to go. And it doesn't mean you have to stifle for-profit companies that actually do have a track record of at least doing some good. It just means that the companies that are patent trolls, essentially, that's an econ term. I don't know if you're familiar with that, where they hop on patents and then try to extend the life of their existing patents forever. That's what we have a lot of here in America, and that stuff literally kills people. And it's insane that it's legal. Like, it sounds like it's supervillain stuff, but it's very legal here. And I think we need to change that.
Yeah, that's the other big thing. Yeah, it's like other countries out in the world, especially China, you do see, like there's a perception like in a socialist economy, you're gonna completely stifle innovation, and you're gonna forbid people from making money and having a successful career by just taking their product and making it without their permission or without giving them credit or money for it. And that's not really the case. China has state companies, and through these state companies, you have people, individuals, going together, finding a thing that they're passionate about, making a company for it, and making improving the world. It's the easiest way to put it. Improving the world and getting something that will help people and making commodities for it. And they succeed, and they make they make something that improves people's lives. And by no surprise, it works out splendidly, and they succeed through it in it. So it's kind of the perception I'd go for. If I'm in power and I want to improve the healthcare sector and do it through a socialist vision, like the starting phase would be nationalizing healthcare and make sure like the universities are able to take credit for the work that they've done, and some private entity isn't able to go out and buy up the product and ship it to their private company and take credit for other people's work, which surprisingly, capitalism is not giving credit and money to the people who have actually done the work and put the work time in. No surprise in an era of con men and shady fraudsters running our economy. And that's how I go about it. And having state enterprises able to work on mass producing items and doing it at a fair price, having price controls placed in, so people can get their health care, have their state-covered insurance, and be able to actually keep our citizens healthy and keep them in shape and keep them alive, and not have the health crisis that exists today in the United States. That's how I'd go about it, and that's how I'd achieve a functioning healthcare system. There's more to it, but that's a good description of a socialist economy in its beginning phases, running a healthcare system. So people do get credit for the work they do. People do get money for the time and commitment they put in, and you are paid at the value that you produce. And I think that's how it should be. You shouldn't be able to have it run a insurance company or a healthcare company that completely makes money off fraud and scamming people and price gouging people. That should be illegal. That isn't people making money and doing work at a fair level and fair rate. Did Tyler just disappear on us? I believe he did. So while he's gone, I'll continue on this point. I think this is a good area to continue discussing this. Lots of people, lots of individuals are actively trying to, put education in private hands and this involves people going in our government, our state, trying to take education and move it from the high schools and middle schools and elementary schools and daycares. They want to make it privately funded, privately run, and an easy way to analyzing the benefit of the public sector is inherently by looking at education, and it applies the same to healthcare, where schools, universities, colleges, schools, universities, and community colleges and high schools, middle schools, they run on taxpayer dollars. Even back in the 60s and 70s, the reason universities were cheaper is because of state grants and state money funding them. So the less state grants and the less state money and federal taxpayer dollars that goes into universities, that is money that they have to make up by charging the student through tuition to fund universities and colleges. And imagine this being applied to elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, where you are now paying those rates to go to a elementary, middle school, and high school, while being price gouged by a for-profit institution. So this exactly means that the parents, like imagine you as an older person with having kids, you'll have to roll out the bank to pay for out of pocket without federal subsidies and tax dollars and anything going to it to pay for your child's daycare. That means less time spent at work, more money out of your pocket, and more time being thrown your way to run this. And it is pretty disgusting when you really sit down and think about it. Yeah, that's exactly what would be is you spending more time, more money, focusing on your child's healthcare and education without that way. And when you think about that applied to education, you can see why we need more public universities, and we need more money thrown at people for these things, being education, healthcare, and other things within society, infrastructure. It all comes down to money being money and time being wasted that otherwise wouldn't be wasted, and that's a good way to look at it. Long-winded on my part, but it just needs to be said. Um, it isn't money and time being just wasted by a small amount of people. It's millions and hundreds of millions of people. I see you back.
Sorry, I was hearing the news about somebody got killed in a hit and run in Livonia.
I don't hear you very well. I think.
Hello?
Well, I can hear you, but it's like a whisper.
Jimba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Barely. It's like your audio's.
Here, I'm gonna test it on my end. See, it's my fault. One sec.
Yeah, it's just like a faint whisper.
Better?
Slightly.
I'm gonna stand really close to the screen. Can you hear me? Does it sound good?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good now. Yeah, no, I was just finding out about the news about the hit and run in Livonia. I don't know if you heard about that.
The audio's back to being really quiet.
Here, you just talk about healthcare or something for a minute. I'll figure this out. I got you.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep my rambling going. But yeah. just summarizing back what I was saying is, yeah, when you think about the way we run our universities, without like decreasing in federal grants and increasing in student tuition, and it's a cycle of worsening conditions for our university students. If you apply that to what MAGA and the GOP and neoliberals want to do to our like our high schools and middle schools and elementary schools, by privatizing them and removing the federal grants and federal money, it is very easy to see why it would be an absolute disaster and why we should pay for our universities and colleges and community colleges the same way we do for our high schools and middle schools. And and the same way with healthcare. So, like, even if you're going through a non-socialist image of viewing this, and you're going through like a moderate social democratic way, like some guy in France or Germany who's just part of I think their social democratic party, you can see easily why uh, publicly run healthcare and universities is not a quote radical thing to do. Why it's actually the efficient way of viewing it and the efficient way of going about it, and how it's more effective and more supportive of our people and community. And when people think about America's quote unquote golden age, that's where they often go to, and that's where they often get inspired. Inspiration is during a time when there's a lot more federal money going into housing projects, and a lot more federal money going into universities and healthcare. Because it was a time when America and the United States and its people were a lot more devoted to improving the community and improving the lives of the people that exist in this country. And that's not a time that we live in anymore. We live in a time where people are constantly trying to think about themselves, and even when they're going through a self-centered image and a self-centered way of going about this, people in American society as a whole. Just long story short, it's not the approach that we all should be going for. So that is a reason. It is a example of reasoning for why I am for going about publicly funding institutions and helping the American people overall as a community, and not just as some con man economy where we're all out for ourselves. And while we're all out for ourselves, we're actually working against what would be in our best interest.
Jimba, I am calling you from the void. Does this sound good?
It's still very faint.
Jimba, they're trying to censor us, Jimba.
Sure. Okay, let me possibly hold on. Yeah, maybe.
Jimba. I think it's on my end. Hold up. Sorry.
Okay, let me just let me try just altering my audio and seeing if that works.
Sorry, you were cooking, Jimba. I'm so
I
sorry.
turned it off. All right, now try talking.
Jimba. Any better?
Okay, I don't hear you still.
Here, I'll figure this out. Sorry.
Rejoin the call if that works. Maybe that's what I need to do.
No, I think it's on my end. Is it working now?
Yeah, it's still. I think it's still on your end actually. I reset my headphones and everything, and you're still.
They don't want to hear the truth, Jimba. They don't want to hear the truth.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll still rejoin the call and see if it's like.
We're still doing numbers. We're still doing numbers. So yeah.
Still doing numbers even in this climate. Okay, we just get this real quick.
Hello? Hello? I think that fixed it. Hey, I think it worked. Jimba, come back to me. Jimba! Jimba! Sorry, he's the guy who was just here. Jimba. He's real. He's very real. But the real Jimba is his Instagram. Jimba! Jimba! Welcome to the stream, everybody. We've been live for 4 hours, 5 hours. And honestly, this has been one of our better streams, like numbers wise and also content. Jimba, come back to me. Jimba, come back to me. Oh, man. Yes, Jimba's back. Jimba's back. Jimba.
Good. You're good. The audio's great.
They cannot stop us. We're preaching the truth. They can't come after us because we're real. This is real. We are revolutionaries here. We're podcasting our way to the end of the bourgeois. Sorry.
Exactly. That's exactly the point.
Man, awesome. Damn. Shoot, I just saw a new job come to my email. It just literally popped up on the screen for supervising sports, and it's at U of M Flint.
Oh.
That's literally what I did the last 2 years.
That was what
I was a supervisor for what was it? Sports teams in downtown Detroit.
I've been to Flint a couple times. It's not a great city, but I'm a hater.
You're a Flint hater.
Yes.
Tell us why do you hate on the most victimized population in America? No, I'm kidding.
I'm partly joking. It's just
Me too.
It's just I don't hate the people of Flint. I just hate what's done to Flint.
In that Democrat-run city in Flint.
Yeah, the Democratic-run city that's been destroyed by GOP politics.
Yes. The crumbling blue cities. But no, seriously, like I actually have a good question about Flint since we brought it up.
Yeah.
I was talking to William about this the other day. William Bushy, who's in the chat. He's one of my other co-host guests sometimes. He's really, really good on camera, and he's more of a normie and just like a social democrat type, but he's a really good guy, very knowledgeable about sports. We're going to write a paper together. And we were talking about U of M Flint, and we're wondering if investing in U of M Flint as a campus and also as a community is a realistic way to get Flint back on its feet, turning it into like more of a college and research town than what it used to be, which is an auto town, there's basically no factories left anymore.
This is difficult because it's true you have like Michigan State, who like in Lansing is able to give the state, the city like a very good prestige and a very good reputation. And same for like Wayne State and Detroit. It helps a lot, but it is true like the University of Michigan Flint is very weak and doesn't. So even for like Dearborn, University of Michigan Dearborn, it's actually like equivalent to MSU and Wayne State. I think I think investing in Flint would be a good idea, but at the same time, is it going to be a thing that gets Flint back to its like level? No, I don't think so. Flint's been a place that's more so for manufacturing and good, quote unquote, middle class jobs. And not every state and not state. I mean, because sick by English, Miss City can be a university city. So I think the best way to go about it would be giving Flint something else that would help boost it. which means like manufacturing jobs and not to say manufacturing jobs, so not just that. Like there's things that would help the United States grow. There should be like high level manufacturing, and like high class goods, high class services. That's what the United States needs, and that's not what it's getting. So, no, I think Ann Arbor will probably always be the hub of research, and maybe Lansing too. So, I don't think it's good for every city to try to do the same thing.
I'm torn.
So,
I'm really torn on what you're saying. On one hand, I want to really disagree with you because I think it would be cool to have Flint that way. But on the other hand, I do agree with you very strongly in terms of having the people who still live in Flint, their jobs and their trainings is manufacturing based many times. I'm torn on this, but I do have one question to ask you, tangentially related. What is your experience in Flint? Like, have you just visited, drove through? Have you actually like been there for an event?
I have some people I used to know out there. So yeah, I have a couple times. More, if anything, if I were to be honest, I just I went to a couple trips out there to go to a museum, and I used to date somebody in Flint, so that's where I
And it
I
ended
also used to go
badly,
there
so
for.
that's why you hate Flint. No, I'm kidding.
Sure. Sure. The reason I hate Flint is because I had an ex relationship out there.
It broke your heart. Flint broke your heart.
Yes, exactly.
When was the last time you went there?
Summer 2024.
Bro, that's almost exactly when I went. No. I was in 2023. And I always pass through it on the way to my family's. They have like a family cottage because I'm Italian, so we have a billion cousins. So we have a cottage upstate, and like I always pass through. And I actually used to do a lot of volunteer work back in the day. It was like the one good thing I liked about my Catholic upbringing. We had a service trip to Flint during not just during the water crisis, but the years after, because I feel like a lot of Democrats were like, "Yep, we fixed it. Thumbs up. Republicans suck. Yay us." And literally, even as late as 2019, and some even to this day, still don't have reliably clean water. They either have no water, dirty water, or they're part of the people who actually got their water fixed. And that's not even including the poverty and when people's water gets shut off because they can't afford it. So like it's still rough. But I was at the campus in 2023 because I went to a Regents meeting and I spoke to them about an election day holiday, which I don't think is going to happen, but I'm trying to get a compromise on the paper where we get no exams on election day. So I think that'd be better than nothing, I guess. But regardless, I was there to speak about that, and I visited some of the buildings there. And the actual U of M campus is really nice, I got to be honest. They have like pretty big parking structures, which honestly, they have more parking structures than we do. And this is Flint with, 15,000 students at most in staff, and we have way less here. So we're wasting all this space.
To be fair, I think one of the benefits, like actually good things of Ann Arbor, is the fact that it's so much more reliant on public transit. But that does also mean that many students are paying for outrageous housing costs within Ann Arbor. So there's that downside. But I don't think the solution would be building more parking structures. I think it would be like actually funding apartments and housing.
I would disagree, but not on the premise of parking structures. So what I would disagree about is what we've seen, like in economics, sports economics specifically. This is my wheelhouse. I studied this because I'm a nerd. The big problem with big stadiums like downtown Detroit and back when we had the Pontiac Silverdome in Pontiac is the entire stadium is surrounded by nothing but ground level parking. So you have no stores for miles. And anytime there's not a game or event there, those parking lots sit empty. So you have a desert of parking lots. And U of M, although we do have some parking structures and like you said, public transit, we still have a massive pavement desert right outside the big house. And we also have parking lots like in between random buildings where buildings used to be all the time for no reason whatsoever. And the thing about parking structures is, yes, if you put them downtown in places where there is public transit, and also like, you know, crosswalks, bike lanes, whatever, is people do try to travel to those parking structures. But the thing is, if you put the parking structures at transit hubs, like by the bus depot, by the trains for Amsterdam, you can actually incentivize people, if they're driving there, to park at those parking structures and immediately get on public transit. So the only time they're actually driving is to the outskirts of the city, and they're not actually taking the cars downtown. And not only that, but if they do that, we would have the ability and incentive to actually either build parking structures on existing ground level lots or get rid of them all entirely and build new buildings there that actually serve the community. So I think we need more parking structures, but not downtown parking structures. That's how I see it. Sorry, I studied this for like 6 months.
Okay, this actually is it's actually great. I love transportation and structures.
Me
not
too.
just bikes being one of my favorite channels. Yeah, I actually do kind of get what you're saying now. Like, like you go around Ann Arbor, you do see like just giant parking lots, and it's like, well, this could actually be a lot more effective. You know, you could take this and actually just have like a giant parking structure somewhere else, and clean up a lot of the empty space that you just have sitting around. It is another problem. Is like, also, if you go around Ann Arbor and you like, drive your car, you know, you're greeted by like, oh, it's like $20 to park here, and you're like, $20 just to park for a couple hours? Are you kidding me? So
And,
yeah, like
on top of that, they don't have consistent parking passes. So like, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's random parking structures in between historic buildings, and sometimes they're zoned for specifically medical, and then they have another parking pass for staff. They have another parking pass for graduate students, and then on top of that, you can't park there at all until after a certain late hour if you're not a member of the community. But then there's different restrictions. Like if you look at the sign, it looks like board game rules. Like, it is ridiculous the amount of individual restrictions they have. So even if you are just trying to park and then take public transit, it's a pain. And the thing is, there's so many of these structures downtown, even though they're not in great locations, that are right outside bus stops and also consistent walking infrastructure. And because nobody can get in them without either doing it illegally, or you have to get a parking pass you pay for the university and consistently work for them, sometimes for little pay, it's just designed to be inefficient. Like, whoever's running this needs to be fired, in my opinion. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And I believe it's not on the city side. It's mainly on the university side. I've noticed the city is doing really, really smart things with developing their downtown. But the moment you go onto public land that's owned by U of M, everything gets way stupider. I've noticed that.
yeah, it's yeah. I'll agree with I'll agree with it, because for the most part, because Ann Arbor is levels ahead of Detroit or most Midwestern cities out there, with how it's actually laid out, because it just makes much more sense, and it is more like a European city that has well thought out design. But at the same time, the the way they still structure it, because we're in Michigan, it's still a car line mess, and they're trying to work out how to keep people, people who don't live in Ann Arbor, to get into Ann Arbor and be able to drive their vehicles around safely and effectively. It's a hot mess trying to work that out, and your methods of doing it mainly come down to, oh, we're just gonna have like parking lots that you can pay $15-$20 a day for, which also is very ineffective, because sometimes you have to get there every day, and there's limited parking spot space. So you need to have extensive rules and regulations about how you can park and how you can sit yourself around. At the same time, you could be an effective city and effective management and actually spend money to build and improve the city, but you're reliant on private contractors who take 5 years to complete just a simple assignment.
It's worse than you think. it's not just private contractors, but some of them directly have conflicts of interest and are running the university. And they sell public land to themselves to develop it for a profit. I'm dead serious. I don't know. What is your experience with like Ann Arbor / university politics? Do you follow that closely at all?
I try my best to, but as I said, my experience is a lot more aligned with Detroit, as that's where I spend a lot of my time.
My man. Detroit City. But I just want to say, like, I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I follow this to an unhealthy degree where I know where the bodies are buried at U of M. And dude, it is crazy. The thing is, not all the regents are corrupt, but there were some, especially Ron Weiser, who, thank God, he is gone. He is maybe one of the most corrupt people to run a university in America. Like, year after year, over and over, he would donate money to the university, get his buildings named after him, and then on top of that, sell land to his own company to real estate develop, sell it back to the university for a profit, and then use that money to donate to the university, at least partially, to get his name on buildings, all while making money the whole time. Like, the things he was able to get away with are astounding to me. And thank God he is out of office. He is one of the worst regents to ever run U of M since actual segregationists.
Yeah, I personally find that most of the regents are amazingly corrupt as well. They aren't, and it goes the same for most of the public, like university officials at University of Michigan and other universities.
I wouldn't
their
agree with
entire
that, by the way. I think there's varying levels to it, but the current regents, I've gotten to know about half of them. One really well, Jordan Acker, and he's not corrupt. I've had extended conversations with him. That dude, obviously, I think there are things we disagree about, especially in terms of what some of the regents have voted on, but I think that dude is authentic. I think he just needs a little help on the optics front. And I'm working with him because I really believe he's not like trying to play me or nothing. Feel free to ask me about my involvement with him. He's a good guy. Like, actually, we disagree on things, but I think it's because he has different life experience, not because he's like this ideologically captured guy. He's genuinely just a Michigan grad who like is obviously pro Israel and, you know, wants the university to be chill.
Actually, I still find maybe I'm misguided on the Regan side of things. So a lot of university officials within there are very oriented on maximizing the amount of money they can obtain out of their time working there, and they do it at the sacrifice of the students working there. So it's like, we have our graduate students working on absolute just minimum, like the bare minimum, and you have admins and like the presidents and people looking at the faculty side of things, or they're just out there trying to pump as much as they can and walk out the door with the biggest bag. It's just kind of the big thing that like it's been exposed lately, like Santa Ona, Mark Schizzle, and all these other guys. It's like now the university students and people across the country are starting to kind of look at this situation and be like, well, this doesn't exactly seem like people working in the best interest of the student body and trying to promote actual like effective policies in academia. More looks like a bunch of people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who went through the university cycle and are going back in there just to reap what they can.
By the way, did you know Mark Schlissel still has a job here?
Not surprised, but I didn't know.
He gets paid 6 figures a year to teach one immunology class because it was in his contract. Same thing with Santa Ono. The only difference is Santa Ono resigned from his position. At least he had the dignity to do that.
Guys, it must be humiliating. Even going in there to do that. But
say what you want about Santa, but he resigned, and Mark Schlissel refused to, even after being caught doing misconduct.
Yeah, I mean, he sleeps a lot at night knowing he's making a 6-figure job teaching one course.
This is what I mean when I say this university has amazing potential. Sorry to cut you off. I was just saying, like, it is mind-blowing if everyone knew about this level of incompetence.
Yeah, incompetence is just blatant corruption. That's really what it is. I mean, University of Michigan has the GEOs and other people who keep the university in check and keeps it up and running. But if it was completely up to the admin side of things, it would be much worse.
For sure. And also, by the way, like, it runs deeper than what I've even said. I've been following this for literally, what, a half decade now, and have been interviewing, reaching out, working with people on the inside. I'm an insider, but I don't care. I just expose what's true. I don't really care about keeping it secret and that. So, like, it runs deeper than that.
Yeah, I won't. I won't deny. Like I've been trying to keep more up and date with it. Is like even like aside from what I was talking about before, but I've been debating to myself. Sure you probably heard like thinking about going to China for my like doctorate program, and I'm. It's one thing I've been debating lately. Is like I've been trying to study more into different universities, different advisors, and different people and faculty that I can look into, and yeah, it's been very complex to me trying to figure out like which one will I get the least screwed over at.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
for real. Also, we have a guy in chat who's been making some comments, no direct questions, but if anything like catches your eye, it's Funnier Sphere 44. I believe he's a regular to our channel. Like I said, we have regulars tune in all day. Like we have consistently had viewers for hours. It's like we're doing really well here. And thanks to you, Jimba. I appreciate it, man. You're cooking today.
I'm trying. I actually don't give much public like live conversations to like channels or anything. I'm pretty new to this, so I'm trying to learn on the go.
Doing what you're doing, you seem, honestly, I would argue your points come across way better on this because you actually have life to them. And when people ask a question, you can have a follow-up. I feel like with stories, if people don't like what they see and they don't know you, they just tune you out. You know?
Yeah, it's also a block of text, which it's difficult to get people to read that anymore. Yeah.
Yes.
Also, I should probably continue this another time. I do have some person I'm meeting with tomorrow that wants to call.
You're reconnecting with that girl in Flint. Amazing.
No, no, I'm going to Ann Arbor tomorrow for bookstore stuff, and I just want.
Bro, you just reminded me. I got to do that, dude. I'm enrolling as a grad student. I forgot I have responsibilities. But thanks for coming on, dude. Text me privately. We will make this a regular thing. If you think we did good here, and I think honestly we freaking killed it, dude. And I think you're really good on both camera and audio. I think you doing some sort of audio podcast with a visual component would actually cook if you're interested.
I'm gonna try. I'll keep in touch with you, definitely.
Bro, thank you. Go get that girl back. Bring her back.
Okay. All right. I'll see you.
Pleasure to meet you, my man.
Pleasure to meet you too.
I kicked him out. I'm sorry, Jimba. Jimba, I'm sorry. Dude. Oh, man. We might have another guest soon. By the way, we have open phone lines. So, Funniest Sphere, if you want to come on stream, I'm in, dude. Man, that was a good conversation. He considers himself a socialist, maybe even farther left than that. But obviously, I don't agree with that perspective fully, but I think he's a good-natured guy. And I think he makes some very well-reasoned points. And I think for things that we disagreed about, I asked him some really good questions. Excellent. Ooh, beautiful. I just got invited to something. Nice. How's everybody doing today, man? We got 3 viewers in chat. Literally, we've had hundreds of people tune in. If you enjoyed that conversation, hit that like button. If you don't know who the hell I am, hit that like button. If you want to accidentally drop your phone and pick it up, double tap to hit that like button. But anyways, yeah, no, we have open phone lines. So if you want to get on stream, all you have to do is follow the directions and reach out to me on my Instagram. We were just debating socialism, debating politics, whether the Democrats can actually win elections, who's going to be the future of the Republican Party, whether there's value in having conversations with really contentious figures. And I think the conversation went really well. So if you want to get on stream, all you have to do is follow the directions in the pinned comment. And yeah, feel free to ask me anything. No topics are off limits. That's one of the things I prioritize in this channel. No topics are off limits. We don't shy away from controversial opinions, and we keep at it. Because if somebody's idea is truly stupid and truly awful, let them say it, because then you can dissect it, and people will hear for itself why it's terrible. So anyways, we've been live for, God, like 5-6 hours. We're cooking, bro. So anyways, how you guys doing today? I'm actually working on scholarships for grad school. Got to make that money. Yes. Man. That was almost a 4-hour interview. Amazing. To be honest, I'm all for systematic failure. I mean, we're in the process of America's downfall. It's going on for 40 plus years. And I would rather people self-govern, but I know that's anarchy if there isn't a system. I agree, but in terms of the way we do this, I think the way to go is states. So I don't know what state you're in. We're in the state of Michigan. Low key, compared to most states, Michigan is kind of cooking in a good way. We got the Great Lakes here for climate change. We got freaking one of the best universities in the world at the University of Michigan. Even though we gave a lot of criticism to it, it's still up there. On top of that, we got Canada right to our border. And I think we need to treat Michigan like a mini country, or even get other Great Lakes states that border us on board with joining us and having some sort of Great Lakes compact where for things like healthcare, we join together and create a pool of funding amongst these states that want to do it, so that the conservative states either don't want to do it and they don't get the benefits, or they see how well it works and they are forced to adopt socialized healthcare. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, or what do you think is realistic or ideal? Because those are two very different questions. And also, like I said, Funnier Sphere, if you can talk, just reach out to me on Instagram and I'll send you the link to get on stream. You can even hide your identity if you want to. I think these conversations are very important. I'm definitely not an anarchist myself, but I am libertarian for sure. Oh, man. Wow. Apparently Trump just said to deport Elon Musk, so that's fun. Don't you hate when that happens? Hit that like button if we should deport Elon Musk. Hit that like button. Man. Funnier Sphere, where are you from, my man? I guess from America based on the way you're talking. I don't know if you're from Michigan or not, though. But we appreciate you being here, my man. A union, but on a huge scale. There are problems. Also, Trump is letting people of any Hispanic or foreign name be removed from the system, and I'm from Washington State. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we have to do it state by state at this point. Federal government's broken, and until we abolish the filibuster and get somebody who isn't either corrupt or straight up right wing racist in power, it's not going to change. So I think states are the best way to do it. Although you're right, like the federal government can come in and screw us over, but I think the more states that join on, the more power we have. Sort of like the Confederacy, but like for the good, and we don't have to secede. I think the game plan, we should pool our money together and our resources together. state by state. So we essentially function as our own country, but without starting a war or nothing. I think that's the best way to do it if you're really going to go down that route. So, like, say, hey, Washington, join us. Michigan, we're in the same country now. Hey, Oregon, you want to join us? We're Michigan. We're going to form a new country. We're going to call it the Free States of America or something. I don't know. Hey, Wisconsin. Hey, Iowa. You guys want in any state that says no? It's like, fine, man. Don't enjoy our free healthcare. That's what we're going to do. So I think that's the way to do it. California, obviously, too. I think that is the move. I'm sure there'd be some really annoying East Coast Democrats who'd be like, no, that's secession. You're going to start a civil war. And it's like, okay, we already have a civil war. It's the people who are eating like freaking Roman kings and the people who are dying in the streets. That's a war in of itself. It's a war on humanity. That's just my opinion, though. I mean, obviously, that's not super realistic right now. But yeah. Sadly, yes. But we'll have to plant more seeds for people to think it's their idea, not just they have to give up and pretend life for a fair life. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think obviously that's a long-term goal. I think the main thing you should be doing is local elections, state elections. You need to either run yourself or find somebody who's really good on camera, really smart, really passionate, and never shuts up, and also has very basic social democracy positions that are super easy to defend because everybody likes them, and just put them on your state. And so at least for all the stupid crap the federal government's doing, that you have your own state government. I think that's the move. Obviously, I think the U.S. government would see that as a threat to sovereignty or whatever BS they want to say. But like, still, I don't know what other choice we have. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I got to put this milk in the fridge because I want to save it. But if Funny or Spear, if you want to come on stream, I'd be absolutely willing to have you. I'm back. Guess who's back? Back again. I am back. Tell your friends. Why do I have more views? Dude. Maddie, you're the worst. Oh, God. Yes, you retracted it. Okay, good. Dude, funnier sphere, dude. You're amazing. You were moderating the chat for me. Thanks, bro. Social life's controlled by my appearance at this point. No, my life acknowledges my knowledge when they see me for myself. I think you got to be funny. That's literally it. That's the reason why. Because I'm not ugly, but I'm not exactly like, model handsome. But like, I'm funny, kind of. And it kind of works for me. I'm not going to lie. So like, yeah, like I'm very well read. I read a lot of stuff, but like, you got to be funny to bait people in. You got to talk about like, I don't know, the stock market and like people investing and whatever, and people like jumping out of windows. So no, you shut up, Maddie. This is my stream, Maddie. You cannot control me. I cannot be contained. I am the stream. This is my stream. So yeah, no, I think you just got to be funny. Funnier sphere. Ironically enough, for your name. I think people take you seriously once you hit them with some jokes. And I'll give you a great example of that. Our graduation speaker, when I graduated my undergrad, was David Miller, whatever. He's a writer for The Atlantic. And the first 15 minutes of his speech was all very sarcastic, dry, witty humor. And I was dying laughing. It was dark, but it was hilarious. And then the last 15 minutes of his speech was serious knowledge about the state of America, the state of journalism, and why apathy is our enemy. And like, dude, I was locked in. He got me with the jokes. And by the time I was listening to every one of his jokes, he got me with his message. And I think that's what you got to do, my man. That's good advice. And I think you need to know your audience too. Some audiences are more milquetoast than others, where you can't really take actual dark jokes. But at the end of the day, just be yourself, my man. And if you aren't funny and funny is not you, teach yourself how to be funny. Like, you don't become somebody else that you like if you don't work on it over time. It doesn't happen overnight. Try some jokes out, watch some comedy specials, watch some podcasts. And just over time, you'll pick up on the lingo, the cadences, and also how you can turn that into serious discussion. I didn't understand that for a while. Like back when I was younger, like maybe 18, 19, I was just funny all the time. And basically like, like nobody would take me seriously when I wanted them to. So it's like the other extreme of being too serious is being too funny all the time. Then nobody takes you seriously. So I think you got to have a healthy balance. You got to be funny sometimes, and then drop some knowledge. So that's just my advice, though. I'm sure everybody's got their own life to lead. Maddie, that was very rude of you. I'm going to sue you. Oh, man. Who's here? We got 2 viewers. Who is stalking me? Who is cyber stalking me? Also, thank God my acne's finally healing. It's my own fault. It's been so hot up here in this room. Usually my skin is better. I never had an acne problem when I was a kid. Then I got this long ass hair, but I love this hair. It makes me feel like a Viking. I'm going to pillage the village. Ooh, I just got invited. Let's go, bro. We're cooking. I think that can work, though. I think that can work, Funnier Sphere. So if you're not seeing the comments, Funnier Sphere said, yeah. But to be fair, I gave up on being nice in favor for magnetism. I like it straight to the point, or fixing or solving. And I know that's a coping mechanism, but it's a good habit as well. And I agree with both those things. And I'm the same way. I think there's, honestly, people think there's no type of humor in certain situations if they're too dire. And I disagree. I think even the darkest, most destitute situation can have gallows humor to it. And I think if you're trying to make a serious point, having a dry sense of humor that is not predicated on you laughing and is just predicated on very witty, short, concise points and comments is really going to complement your style. I don't know if you have a dry sense of humor. I mostly do. Like, yeah, I laugh sometimes, but sometimes I'm just like, yeah, it's awesome. I love when healthcare CEOs like kill us, and then when we kill them, they they censor us. Something like that. Just like talking about the way the world is terrible and like commiserating with people because it's relatable. So. Like, I forgot what I was saying with Jimba. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, Jimba had a girlfriend in Flint. And I'm like, so that's why you hate Flint, because your girlfriend left you. Flint broke your heart. Like, that stuff like that is, like, I find is hilarious. Jimba's a good guy, though. People, honestly, but people around don't see humor for humor. They see it as Gabs are targeting. But that's why you got to be relatable. And if somebody takes your humor seriously, you got to have a sarcastic response. Like, yes, that was totally a serious position. That was totally something I believed. I totally agree with violence, right? That's exactly what I was doing. You got it, bro. You're so smart, dude. When I said healthcare CEOs killing us, I was being 100% serious and very literal. Thank you for taking it that way. Because all you're doing is like, in that moment, you're making the other person look silly. It's like, dude, I'm a serious guy sometimes. I know stuff about stuff, but like when I make jokes, someone takes it seriously, I run circles around them. I make fun of them for taking things too seriously. I make a joke back at their expense. And you never want to be the guy who's mad on the internet or in person, because then we make fun of you for being mad, bro. And I think you got to not worry about that. Sometimes your jokes won't land, but the better you get at telling jokes and the better you get at just like being confident, it helps. And I'm like super confident, sometimes too confident, but I think I've had a healthy balance for a while now where I'm confident enough to host a show, or I'm confident enough to write for a paper, and run for office. Like, I've won 4 times in government elections. And I think it's about confidence, but it's also about knowledge. And you got to take that knowledge and mail it out to people. Get all your friends to illegally vote for you. That's the trick. I appreciate your conversation, though, man. Like, it's an interesting point. And I don't think there's one right way to do it, What works for me might not work for somebody else. Maybe it only works because I got the hair. I think you gotta say something so ridiculous that it can't be taken seriously sometimes. You gotta be like, yeah, you know what? Terrorism, you know what? I'm kind of divided on terrorism. Like, on one hand, it sounds like a good idea in theory. Like, say something that ridiculous that nobody can take seriously. And if somebody does, everyone's going to look at them and think they're an idiot. But you got to be at least tasteful with it. Like, if you're at some dude's funeral and you make that joke, no one's going to find it funny. But if you're like in a political debate and someone accuses you of supporting terrorism and you make that joke, like, people will find that funny, or people at least see the other guy as silly. I've done that in debates where I go, yeah, it's awesome. I love when having the establishment next to me and they run things for 5 years. Totally. It's really awesome when the establishment runs things and nobody votes and we get money. I love it, man. That's why I'm running for office. I want your money. Give me money, dude. It's sick. Give me money. Put it in my pockets, bro. So like stuff like that is obviously a joke. Got to know your audience. My audience on here is the entire internet. So I make references to internet humor. I try to play it safe when talking about very controversial issues, but still I'm not afraid to discuss anything. And I think that's the move for here. Interesting. We got 3 viewers in chat. By the way, open phone lines if you want to get on the stream. It's up to you. How the hell do I reach out to someone? Man. Yes. Well. I'll think about having you on stream. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I see you there, Maddie. What would you talk about, though? Maddie, if you don't know, is one of my friends who's a freshman, so I don't know if she's good on camera or not. We'll see. She said some wild things yesterday, so I'm a little hesitant to have her on camera, but she's fun. It's just those freshmen. You know how freshmen can be. I'm a sensei. I have been doing this for many years. I am a graduate student, and I have knowledge to impart upon the youth. If you listen to me, I will not lead you astray. Oh God, you're not making your case, Maddie. Controversial topics, like what topics? That's why you got to be careful. Maybe. I actually have another guest who wants to come on who's also not an insane person. We'll see. What are you going to talk about? I don't want to get banned or screwed over, man. Text me. Helen Keller, what about her? Is she faking it? Let's ask the real questions. Oh, Maddie just texted me. Helen Keller is effing fake. Based. I agree. Okay, Maddie's all right. Maddie's all right. I'm still debating on whether I want her on, but Maddie's all right. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, it's a beautiful day. Ooh, I have a boy. My boy Sean is coming on stream, boys. Maybe. We'll see. He's actually the chapter leader at the American Revival Foundation for Stony Brook, New York, which is our only chapter in the state of New York. Very nice guy, very involved with state politics there, so I'm sure he has some thoughts on this New York mayor's race, Mr. Mamdani. Mamdani. So we'll see. Yes. Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani. He's a very bad man. That's what my people tell me. Mamdani. I'll be right back. I gotta blow my nose. Oh shoot. I almost knocked my mic stand down. That was irresponsible of me. Mr. Mamdani. Mamdani. I just love his name. His name is awesome. Is that still Maddie in stream? Mr. Mamdani. Ooh, I gotta learn how to do CPR. Let's go. I'm CPR certified. I'm certified for CPR. They said you couldn't do it. I brought a guy back from the dead. Mamdani. Mr. Mamdani. Let me in. I can't. I don't know if I trust you, man. I want to trust you, but I don't know if I can based on some of the things you've said. If you say anything insane, I'll have to kick you out, I think. But I'm down to let you join, in theory. Just, okay, ground rules. Maddie, ground rules. Hear me. 1, no personal life stuff on stream. 2, no swearing. If you're going to swear, you got to abbreviate it. Instead of saying the F word, you got to say F. F you, man. For 3, if you say anything insane, be prepared to get kicked out, okay? Just be chill, okay? And yeah. I'm inviting you. Oh boy. We're going to get a woman on stream. Get ready. This is a huge moment for women's rights. And I'm here to help break the glass. Mr. Mamdani. Oh boy, we're having Maddie on stream. She is a freshman at the, what is it, University in Detroit. And yeah, she's a Michigan lifer just like me. So let's see if she says some insane things about Helen Keller. It's visibility month. So I don't know. We'll see. Maddie. Her name's Maddie. She's very good on camera. Oh boy. Do not make me regret this, I swear to God. Yo, what are you doing?
I don't know. Helen Keller is not real. Helen Keller is not real. Because she's bald and oh no, she's not bald. She's blind and deaf and she did not fly a plane. She did not fly a plane. Well, she's dead. Well, okay, but like bro, why is there like no people in here? Hmm. I'm great. Yeah. Oh! I'm gonna play Roblox.
Bro.
My iPad is at 1%. She's not real. She is not real. Okay, bye. Bye.
Insane person, and the goal of that segment was to discuss healthcare for the mentally ill. And I think we need to ensure that people like that are not let out onto the streets. And I think that we can make an investment in our healthcare system to make sure that happens. So, yeah. Welcome to the stream, everybody. We just had an insane person on, and that was fun. I like insane people. I'm pro insanity. How's everybody doing today? That's awesome. I agree. How we doing, everybody? I was going through my free trial here of Sirius XM. That was fun. F the police coming straight from the underground. A young brother got it bad because I'm brown. Sorry, I love that song. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. I don't know who the hell's here, but welcome. Nice. Beautiful. We had a long conversation with a communist earlier. That was fun. Very good guy, even though I disagree with him. Well, maybe not communist. Socialist is the right word, though, for sure. How we doing, everybody? Living in America. You guys fans of music or anything? Like I got a new Sirius XM package in my car. See, it's got all the channels. I don't know what any of these are, so I could use some music recommendations. Also, if anyone wants to debate music, let's do it, bro. Let's do it. No cap. F the police. Living in America. I've got my setup over here. That's where I'm working, so I'm gonna keep it on here. There we go. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You know what? That's fair. Oh man, my stomach is weird today, bro. Ugh. Wake up. Wake up. Time to pop those Addies, boys. Welcome to stream if anybody's here. Welcome to the stream, guys. Gotta get a charger. Sorry. Digging.
Initially, but the Delaware Chamber of Commerce forced his ass to literally, or not the Chamber of Commerce, sorry, the Delaware courts actually forced him to follow through on the purchase of Twitter. So then he took it over and then turned it into a neo-Nazi poll. What did I just say? That the Chancery Court. Thank you. What did I just say? That was in any way, shape, or form. The Chancery Court. Thank you. What did I just say? That was in any way, shape, or form. The Chancery Court. Thank you. What did I just say? That was in any way, shape, or form. The Chancery Court. Thank you. What did I just say? That was in any way, shape, or form. The Chancery Court. Thank you. Entertaining these losers for their voting. Did you know that in 90 seconds AI can build? Hey, pal, I see you're not wearing your smile today. Is everything all right? Go ahead and give you a reason to put one on real quick. Boo! Good news, jump scare, baby. That's right. The Stop Killing Games initiative has gained so much momentum over the last week, and now it's looking like there is a legitimately good chance that it will hit the 1 million signature goal required to push the initiative to the next phase, which eventually should hopefully lead to positive change in an industry where so many fucked up business practices have become normalized. Again, to boil it down to its bare butt cheeks here, I'll go ahead and saute the mission. You should not have to worry about something you bought being destroyed and inaccessible after you've paid money to own it. This wants to challenge the practice of destroying games consumers have paid for. Of course, there's a lot more nuance than that, but I've already talked about it a lot, and a ton of other people far smarter than me, I'm just a fucking Cro-Magnon man, have also talked about it in depth. That includes numerous developers, veterans in the game development industry, have come forward talking about how important this kind of initiative is. So it's not just some like wacky idea like only someone on the crack pipe could come up with unreasonable demands that are unrealistic. It is a very grounded and very positive force that a lot of people are understandably rallying behind. And now, with over 750,000 signatures, it's looking pretty good. You best start believing in boners, because I've got one. I have already talked a lot about Stop Killing Games. I'm not just going to regurgitate everything. I will put the links to everything in the description as usual. For anyone that would like to support it, I highly encourage it. And really, over the last week, Stop Killing Games has become more popular than Labubu. This whole subject has been a focal point of discussion for the last week or so across the entire gaming space. Now, of course, there has been drama with that, but even outside of the drama, at the core, the center of the Tootsie Pop, it has been the Stop Killing Games initiative and what it means to people. So many voices has come forward to talk about this and talk about why they care so deeply about it, and everyone sharing their perspective about why it is something they care deeply on. This is an industry that proudly says you will own nothing and be happy. In no uncertain terms, they take pleasure in shoving their cock down your throat and charging you for the privilege of sucking the meat. It is beyond corrupt, and it is only getting more and more infested with terrible, terrible things. And this initiative is finally a push in the opposite direction to buck the trend and try and enact positive change. So it is something that tons of people have been very passionately discussing. And it's really nice to see how much it has grown in such a short period of time. Only like a week or so ago, it was at like 430,000 signatures. Now look at it. It's almost doubled in a week. And we have until the 31st of this month to hit the 1 million signatures required. And it's really looking like there is a strong potential to do that. Whereas only a week ago, that seemed like a wet dream. That seemed like something you wouldn't even envision unless you were, having a fucking ayahuasca bender. It was looking so grim that even Ross, the guy who has spearheaded this initiative, talked in his video as if failure seemed very likely from it. And now, 8 days later, we're on the cusp of actually getting there. All of it made possible thanks to the tireless effort from Ross. He spent countless hours on this initiative and doing everything in his power to make it a reality, to try and actually lead to positive change in an industry he very clearly cares deeply about. So it is beyond commendable, and I'm really happy to see Ross get his flowers here with so many supporting him. And not just supporting him, but supporting the movement, the initiative with so much oomph and gusto. It's just great. So I'm actually pretty optimistic here. I'm hopeful that the momentum will continue. It'll be really nice to see this actually reach the threshold so it can get to the next step. And I'm also just happy for Ross, to be honest. Ross is someone that has put so much hard work into this. This is not an easy journey. Like, he did not embark on a simple quest when it came to this Stop Killing Games initiative. He has dedicated a ton of his life to it. And now he is getting glazed out the wazoo, deservedly so. Anyway, though, I'll stop yapping here. I just wanted to give you some good news here today. I thought that'd be a nice little change of pace with something very positive and wholesome. That's really about it. So, yeah.
The insane amount of money that is going to funding ICE in this bill is going to funding ICE in this bill because the Trump administration, as I've said over and over again, uses Customs and Border Patrol and ICE as his secret loyalist. 17 million people are projected. Oh my god, I got so angry that I forgot to put a meme in the blast off tweet. That's how frustrated I am. Okay, we're gonna get started obviously on the big blue juice bill. I covered it extensively yesterday with David Jane, as you guys know. There was a drama that took place yesterday where legislators were going up and down, figuring out whatever kind of additional things that they wanted to add into the bill, and they did that, and they officially passed it this morning. Obviously, this is devastating, as I warned yesterday. It is a completely psychotic, well-built
Welcome to the stream. We're just chilling today, bro. It's my tree. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm just chilling now in Cedar Rapids. Where are you tuning in from? Oh, this is personal. Welcome to the stream. Oh, never mind. We're just chilling now. Nothing serious. For at least a while. I might have someone on stream later. Welcome to the stream, guys. Oh, I'm here. I'm just working on stuff. Just answering questions, hanging out for a little bit. Might have another guest on stream later, but essentially just chilling. Oh, it's been a good day today. We had crazy views on the stream. I got a lot to get done. Okay, sure. That's my tree out front. I want to show you my house eventually, like give you a house tour. It's really cool. Hey, I'm learning about what the Republicans are doing, and apparently this bill that's about to pass will literally kill people, so that's awesome. Hate when that happens.
Sure, Democrats won't pass a package like this. Never. Okay? They would never do that. 100%. This is what I mean when I say, of course, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are different. Okay? Especially when it comes to domestic policies. Okay? But if the Democrats' alternative vision for America is basically a watered down version of this, people are going to go for the full thing. They're going to go for the full strength soda as opposed to diet soda. This is why I'm so critical of the Dems. Okay? This is why I get so mad about the Democratic Party because they are not a true opposition party.
It's mine. Whose world is this? The world is yours. Sorry, it looked like I was picking my nose there, but I'm actually going for my mustache. That's the trouble of having a mustache. If you have an itch in your mustache, it always looks like you're picking your nose. Typically, though, a mustache is a lot less itchy than you'd think. Just only after I eat, but I'm feeling good. Nice. I'm not doing, dude. I already gave you the goods. You'll have to see it in person next time. Don't say that, or I'm gonna have to ban you. Oh, nice, cool. That's awesome. Thank you, Maddie. Yeah, what's up? I'm busy right now. Welcome to the stream. We're going over Trump's big, beautiful bill and how it's going to kill maybe 17 million people or more. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be glad to get into it. The bill's over 1,000 pages long and could project to kill anywhere from 10 million people to 20 million people over the next decade or so. So that's awesome. Isn't that crazy? Like, I'm not joking. It sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not. We would literally get rid of healthcare for like 1 in every 20 Americans. And that's at the start. That's not even including long term, which could be even more. So, yeah, we're going to kill a lot of people with this bill. And it's legitimately like all the Republicans' fault. They're the only ones who voted for it, other than the Libertarian Republicans who didn't vote for it, which I respect the hell out of them for standing up to Trump. What are you guys' thoughts on this bill? And also, do you have any questions? Because I haven't read the whole thing because it's literally over 1,000 pages long, but I know the biggest, like, 20 things in the big, beautiful bill. Shoot. All right. God damn it. Also, it's also going to destroy the national parks, by the way. On top of what else? Oh, also not regulating AI. Also, there's going to be favorable concessions to a very small number of states, like Alaska. Toilet paper? I'm out of tissue paper. Usually I use tissues to blow my nose. My nose gets really dry, and I have a big nose, so it's kind of annoying, but that's why.
worries the Medicaid cuts will harm them. What's Hawley's plan to reverse them? Who knows? RECA is a generational legislation from Missouri that will finally deliver justice for survivors in the St. Louis region. And when this reconciliation bill is signed into law, Missouri will also see new healthcare funding and big tax cuts for working families. By calling the House quickly passed legislation to Senate, President Trump says, Judge Hawley, remember Mr. Populist, Mr. Right Populism. Remember how much he talked about how we can't do a single dime. We can't have a single dime cut from Medicaid. We can't have any sort of Medicaid cuts. You are a senator of one of the poorest states in the goddamn nation. Do you know how much your state relies on these social safety nets for survival? Open President, thank you for the 100 gift to subs. Everyone fighting for their own state interests while selling out others will accelerate state succession. How close is the U.S. becoming a real-life Hunger Games home? I mean, this is once again more impactful than 100 9/11s. Okay, this is the onion joke about Osama bin Laden just kicks back, Al Qaeda just kicks back and watches America collapse in and of itself. This is why I've also said if you want to truly destroy the country, doing a 9/11 is not the most effective measure. Just fund the Republican Party, the number one terrorist entity on the planet. Number two is the Democrats, for sure. Okay? But number one is still the Republicans. If you want to destroy this country, just vote for the Republicans. That's it. If you want to destroy this country,
Welcome to the stream. We're talking about the big beautiful bill and how it's awful. And yeah, it's there's a lot. So if you have any questions or don't know what that is, I'd be happy to get into it. Where are you from?
giant redistribution policies for the tippy top of American society. It's cool, man. We'll get 1,000 new billionaires in the process. That'll be fine. Breaking: Marjorie Taylor Greene just announced on Steve Bannon's show that Trump's big bullshit bill doesn't have enough votes in the House. Is far from over. I can't imagine it passing. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Please. I don't believe this. But please.
Marjorie Taylor Greene says she's not going to vote for it.
Please, Freedom Caucus, save us. Freedom Caucus, save us. For those of you who don't know, Freedom Caucus has saved us in the past. When Barack Obama wanted to do COLA adjustments, cost of living adjustments, that would cut Social Security.
Welcome to the stream, guys. We're talking about the big beautiful bill, which is the new bill that just passed the House of Senate, United States Senate. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have an econ degree, even though I am wearing short sleeves. Politics is boring, but it's important. And if you're not American, feel free to say hi. We got a couple of viewers in stream. We've been doing crazy numbers today, bro. Hit that like button. Double tap the screen, bro. Damn it.
We're taking Medicaid away from American citizens and maybe still paying for illegal aliens. Is the House going to rubber stamp this? Is going to be like a 24-hour turnaround? Man.
I cannot imagine. No, I can't imagine they have the vote. There's no way that Johnson has the vote in the House for this. I'm supposed to be back Wednesday morning to start voting at 9 a.m. I think that is
Welcome to the stream. We're talking about the big, beautiful bill that just passed the Senate. We're talking about its consequences on Americans and also your consequences in your state, since it varies state to state. If you're from America, of course. If you're not, feel free to say hi. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about Trump's big, beautiful bill. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Welcome to the stream. We're talking about Trump's big, beautiful bill. Welcome to the stream, guys. done.
One hurricane and they're all dead. Get eaten by the okay? You understand that, right? The president says he's looking into spending federal money in part to put sharks in the San Francisco Bay. What? It's all aesthetics for these losers. Anyway, let's get back to the CNN.
Better than even Kamala Harris did as well. Phasing out green energy tax credits, money for the Pentagon, border security, detentions, and deportations. A lot of money there. And it also lifts the debt ceiling. Can we just talk a little bit about, as we look at all of the components to this, the no's, or weren't that many no's, considering the concerns that we heard from a lot of Republican senators about a lot of what's in this when it comes to the Medicaid reform cuts, when it comes to the fact that CEO says it adds like $3 trillion to the deficit. But at the end of the day, unless somebody changes their vote before it's finally gaveled, it was just, like you said, Rand Paul and Tom Tillis who went out with a blades of glory. He was so upset about this. He said, I'm not going to run for re-election.
Yeah, Dana, I just want to interrupt to say they have gavelled this vote now. It happened very quickly, but I want to just point out, as you were saying, you have these three Republicans who voted against this bill, and one of them voting against it for very different reasons, right, than the other two. Senator Tom Tillis, Senator Susan Collins, they had concerns about those Medicaid cuts, and we should note that in the very end of this bill, the negotiations led to a place where Susan Collins nearly doubled that rural hospital fund that she had been fighting for. Still, it was not enough to win her vote. Meanwhile, Senator Rand Paul voted against this bill because there was too much spending, he argued. And
Welcome.
the fact that it increased
Welcome to the stream. Where are you from?
and that was something he did not want to include in this legislation.
I'm in America. We're discussing Trump's big, beautiful bill. I'm just kind of taking it chill today.
They decided that they didn't need his vote, that they could get votes
Double tap
elsewhere.
that like button. Don't go away. I'm a good guy. I swear.
Against this legislation, we do expect that Senator Susan Collins will issue a more formal statement explaining her vote anytime. We should also note she is now, of those three, the only Republican that we know of who is seeking re-election in the state of Maine. That
We got a viewer.
would have been Tom
I'm
Tillis
Tyler, by the way.
as well, but
What's your name?
on Sunday that he was not going to seek re-election. He faced massive backlash from the president when he voted against advancing this piece of legislation.
Really, really interesting. Lauren, thank you so much for being there. Thank you for making clear that this has officially.
Why don't you say hello?
Gavel by the vice president, who is the president of the Senate, who made sure that it passed by.
Hello? Someone there?
Let us know if you see and hear anything that is noteworthy as we learn what else happened on the floor. And my panel is back. Jeff Zeleny, I interrupted you as we got the news. The big picture here about the Trump agenda.
Look, it's an extraordinary piece of legislation, some 980 pages in the Senate. We should point out.
Maddie, is that you?
However, it is getting to that point. There's momentum behind this bill now. President Trump obviously wants it. So, House conservatives now have a decision to make. Are they going to be the fiscal hawks that they've long talked about, or are they going to swallow hard?
We got two viewers. Welcome to the stream, guys. We're talking about Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Is it going to be a straight line to that point? No, it is not. But we cannot really underestimate how sweeping this legislation is.
Where are you guys from? I'm Tyler.
Once again, Trump is going after
I'm your AI libertarian. Tell me if you have questions. I will answer them.
citizens, okay?
Like you say, it gets a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an automatic maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack you over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we need to get the hell out of here too.
Sorry, I had to stretch. I got arthritis.
this is, I need you to understand something, okay? Once this is implemented, it's over, okay? Like, every single step being taken in this direction is not because there's a real need or a necessity for this kind of step being taken. It's for a larger
larger project. Okay? And the larger project is
What day is today?
to what the Nazis did.
Is today Tuesday?
The larger
Damn.
project is identical to what the Nazis
I always forget days. I know dates. It's July 1st, but I don't know what day it is.
taking away the citizenship
Ah,
status
weird.
and making American citizens stateless. Okay? Obviously, you start off by claiming you're going after criminals. And most Americans have no interest in thinking about this and assuming that this is like a.
I'm doing drugs on YouTube.
They'll say, oh, yeah, well, what? You want rapists to stay in the country? Fuck them. Not realizing that once you can denaturalize American nationals, American citizens, it will not stay with criminals. It's also, obviously ridiculous to do to American criminals to begin with.
I got a viewer. Who are you?
Logical conclusion to reactionary ideology, because if you think the only solution to crime is more and more severe deterrence measures, more and more severe penalties, then yeah, of course you're gonna fucking take away people's citizenship. What do you mean? You should kill them, right? Like that's the whole point. Whether you're projecting, bro, is this manipulation? Do you not hear what his words are? You are literally listening instead of listening to my warnings. You are looking at this unprecedented and unconstitutional.
I'm gonna play some Zone.
And you're saying exactly what
Welcome to the stream.
people will say in defense of this.
I've been live for 7 hours now. I am a robot. I don't have feelings, and I am your AI libertarian. So if you have any questions for me, feel free to ask.
Rapist, drug dealer, murderer, criminals have already been fucking targeted in every single administration prior to the Trump administration. They're already in the prison system. Dumb fuck. Which is why they're going after regular ass people at the job sites. Okay? People that have the proper authorization to be on U.S. soil, but their immigration status is constantly kept in a state of limbo. What happened there? Do you think it's drug dealer, rapist?
Welcome. Where are you from? I'd love to get to meet you, especially if you're not from America. I'm in Michigan. It's a little state in America.
So Trump actually lied about that, I guess. And in the process, the administration is going after people who already have legal status to be in the country too. What is your answer to this? There's a literal DOJ memo that says that they're going to denaturalize their babies based on anti-Semitism or support for foreign terror groups. This seems a little pointed. Wait, what? President Trump issued Executive Order 14 additional measures to combat anti-Semitism, which established a policy of anti-Semitic content. Wait, what? The Department of Justice may institute civil proceedings and revoke a person's United States citizenship if an individual either illegally procured naturalization or procured naturalization by concealment of material fact. No, that's just that's for people who became naturalized U.S. citizens. The benefits of civil denaturalization include the government's ability to revoke the citizenship of individuals who engage in the commission of war crimes that children remove naturalized criminals, gang members.
I don't know who's watching, but thanks for watching. You know, we've had a really good day. I don't know about you. How's your day been? We're just chilling now. We had some serious journalism on. We had an interview. We actually had 2 interviews, but it's been a good day. If that's Maddie, feel free to say hi. I'd love to talk to you about college, especially bold.org. That thing is a cheat code for college. Saves you so much money, dude.
The Civil Division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law and supported by evidence. Cases against individuals who pose potential danger to national security, including those with nexus to terrorism, espionage, or unlawful export from the United States of sensitive goods, technology, or information. Case against individuals who engage in torture. What to know about DOJ revoking citizenship of naturalized Americans? Do you ever get sad about how your peers don't feel the urgency you and your community feels about this? I get more sad about the fact that many Americans are fucking sleepwalking as we are moving in the direction of full tilt fascism.
Nice.
I think getting them out, we forget about them. We have some very bad, accidents in New York. They're not accidents. Like you say, of something as big as the occurred 15 years ago now, and the political consequences could also be similar. I've spent some time out in the country talking to voters and rural hospital providers and others, and they are really worried still about these Medicaid cuts. Here's just one reason why it sort of sounds arcane, but someone with Medicaid now who relies on it to take care of a child with disabilities has to now apply, if this passes, twice in a year for eligibility, as opposed to just once. One mother I talked to said she waited on the phone 3 months to get her daughter certified. Not on the phone for that long, but she was on the phone and it took 3 months.
That's awesome. That's not awesome. I just spilled my drink. Thank God I did not spill anything. That's why I need more cup holders. Hello. Gosh. Where's my cup holder? Maybe over here? Yeah, all right. I'm in. Let's see. I have cup holders on my desk. I'm awesome. Maddie, is that you? Shoot.
There's Revitec fungicide, and it's everything else. Because Revitec fungicide can out-yield other fungicides by up to 9.5 bushels per acre. When every acre counts, choose the soybean fungicide recommended #1 by growers. let's listen to Bill Maher first before we talk about it. I think he responded to how Bill Maher did thing happened. Yeah, we should give just a little bit of a time before I caught up on this. So, Bill Maher had dinner with Trump, then talked about it on his show, like for I guess 15 minutes or something like that, about how he's actually pretty funny behind the scenes. He's a really nice guy. And so then Larry David takes out an opinion piece in the New York Times called "My Dinner with Adolf," where
The first couple of lines.
yes.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived.
Oh wait, let's do this afterwards, okay? Okay.
Kluby. Hi, kitty. My cat's here. You guys want to see?
Right. And understand the tremendous whitewash.
Kluby. Kluby. Hi. Hi.
The guy I met is not the person who the night before the dinner shit tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought the dinner was a bad idea. What a deranged asshole I was. I didn't thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house. When I got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now, this Trump more respect, of course, who doesn't? Friends of me, they get rid of the White House. I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
Kluby.
Pause it for 1 second. Here's the thing, and this is sort of distasteful. Like back in the day, I did a lot of sitcom tapings. I've been to a lot of shows. Yeah. As an audience member, sometimes at work, I used to do that's Conan.
Sit. I'm in,
That's the
dude.
first person you hear laughter works on the show. And their job is to choose. This guy's going, it's just like, almost like it's probably, it could even be one of the writers just trying to push stuff, but go back and listen, just listen how forced the laughter is on this. It's like Zelensky, I mean, it's just so, all right, but then go ahead, I know this is bad.
What are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
Kluby.
Just for starters, he laughs. I've never seen him laugh in public, but he does, including at himself. And it's not fake. Believe me, as a Canadian of 40 years, I know a fake laugh when I hear it. That's unusual in the White House. He said, well, a lot of the presidents did dog food movies.
Welcome to the stream.
People love dogs, that's what that is. Oh yeah, okay, that's true. He's on.
Kluby.
This is a political show. Yeah, I mean, come on, Sam. He's speaking his truth. Yeah, I know he's speaking his truth, but the fact of the matter is that all he's doing is saying that don't pay attention. There is another side to Donald Trump you don't know. it's a scientist who's lost their jobs.
Gloomies.
I mean, go across the entire board. Like, this is specifically for his little project of pretending like, don't get that far engaged in politics. I'm okay, you're okay.
Right. And all those liberals that I've grown to detest because I'm an old rich guy and this kind of standard trajectory, they have Trump derangement syndrome. Don't you know? He's actually a really nice guy. It's like it is the equivalent of the Hitler love dogs thing, and that's what Larry was obviously ripping off of. It seems like.
Yeah, let's read some of this Larry David piece, because this is the point. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is actually better, up close, because I mean, who cares? Who cares? It's completely irrelevant.
It's also irrelevant if he even believes in his ideology, right? Like Donald Trump could be a secret liberal, woke, social justice warrior behind the scenes. Doesn't matter. What matters is what he says in public and his actions as president. I don't care about his as a person.
Bill, I want to show you something. Underneath my shirt, I have a check t-shirt.
Yeah.
It's never present.
Right.
Okay, shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah. And that would be irrelevant because it's all about his actions. But what Larry does so well in this time thing is nailing just the level of self-involvement, the level of narcissism, of thinking that this is something that you should say publicly. Too, like, you should. He doesn't even make an attempt. Bill Maher does to claim that he challenged Trump in any way.
I mean, listen, if Bill Maher wants to go to dinner as a comedian and have dinner with Trump, that's his business. Like, it's the politics of it, but who cares? The bottom line is, if he's going out there and he is whitewashing Trump, there was a reason why people had a problem with Jimmy Fallon mussing Donald Trump's hair. Because you are humanizing a person whose power is greater than any other human on the planet. And certainly, at this time, greater than any other human on the planet. Or maybe there's a handful of others. To immiserate people and to destroy structures that are crucial to feeding people, making people's lives better, etc., etc. Whether he's got a sense of humor or he laughs is wholly irrelevant. It does nothing but try and make people who are critical of what Trump is doing, what his administration is doing, make them seem like they're the ones with a problem. But read this, Larry David.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery of the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I know encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old chancellery and was led into an opulent living room, where a few of the Führer's most vocal supporters had gathered: Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about how some of the most beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews, but our conversation ended abruptly when we heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit, the swastika armband, and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally get from my parents. That was my favorite one. There's just like the narcissism of that. And it was accompanied by a slap on my back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, it would be perceived as un-Führer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before.
It's just so fantastic.
Suddenly he
he seemed so human. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I had seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal, and oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like this was the real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning.
I'm the guy who's in prison. Someone seems more authentic in person than they do like
Good job.
at a Nazi
Good
rally.
job. People get the idea, and Dave from Jamaica did say like that. Did say like that. Okay, and then like this when Hitler's joking around. Goring immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me, gave me an eye roll, and was like, "Watch, you'll be done with the entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Goring, with his mouth full, asked what was so funny, and Hitler said, "I was just telling him about that time my dog had diarrhea after lunchtime." Goring remembered, how can he forget? He loved that story. Especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before he got back into the car. With a beating, Hitler said, "If I can kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I can certainly kill a dog." That perhaps got the biggest laugh of the night, and believe me, there were plenty. And so, Larry David, I see cards.
I think we won, but geez, man.
Bill Maher apparently takes offense to this. Hurt his feelings. Here he is.
No way, bro.
What's the name of the show? It's actually Piers Morgan's show.
Piers Morgan show. Yeah, it filmed on Club Graham.
Oh, I thought this was what's it called? Alcoholic Weekly. Sorry, joke. Bill. Oh, it's on Piers's. Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're just in the Club Graham.
Okay, so
I mean, to see this building from Club.
I don't think so. But the set is bizarre and weird looking, but anyway.
Larry David, your friends are in. Well, your friends are all yours. Of course. I mean, this wasn't, my favorite moment of our friendship, but, look, I don't want to get too much into that, but I think it's like the across the yes. And also, I would say, Hitler, Nazis, nobody was harder about, more pressing, I must say, about Donald Trump. I don't need to be lectured on, really? It's just the fact that I met him in person didn't change that. And the fact that I'm doing honestly is not a sin either. But, the rules for Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting. 6 million election. You gotta be effing kidding me. Are you effing kidding me? He's now policing comedy use of Hitler? Why don't you bring Mel Brooks over? Yeah. Ask him about Springtime for Hitler. Yeah. Why don't you bring over, why don't you bring over every Jewish comedian who has plowed the road for you to even have, like, any semblance of a career, and ask them, like, you're joking about Hitler. I don't know. That doesn't seem appropriate. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Like, how dare he? Yeah, his entire career has been politically incorrect. We can't police guns. And now he's saying this. This is one of the most, and I've been doing this for 20 years, one of the most hypocritical, disingenuous, I can't believe that nobody reflects it. Wait a second. You should say that. And that's the problem. Is in his life. Like, he doesn't have a family. Honestly, there must be nobody. Like, do you really want to criticize Larry David for a satire for peace and bringing up Hitler? I'm sure we were just thinking of big Russia for socialization in 4 years. We went to our own, make sure it's good.
And this is the thing too. Aside from that, being just, so blatant you say that you honestly reported? Like, if you really want to honestly report, I think there are probably some
Then I guess we still have something to play for.
honestly report on that would feel genuinely honest. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that escapades that Bill Maher has had. Oh, certainly. Is he reporting now on his personal trips to eat out with people? He should really pull off that. There's probably a lot of interesting personal story reporting that he could do. There's so much I would love to know about a 21-year-old girl. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of really interesting things. Is that all he was doing? You should go back. People, we covered this on a Thursday, maybe like 6 or so months ago. You should go back and watch our coverage of him bringing on a bunch of children onto the Club Random set and asking them about pornography and Stormy Daniels. Oh, I think he has even more interesting stories about his own. And since he's just going to do, that's his job now, honestly, what he's expected.